Looky right down there along the walkway. I think I see the Easter Bunny. Easter Bunny is here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway, and no, it's not Joe Spillman. Kiddos, go check in with the Easter Bunny. The Bunny doing a whole lot of work to get here to Waco, to get here to Elmont tonight. There it is, the Easter Bunny on hand. Easter Bunny may be a shade browner by the time we get done tonight. Going to be a tan bunny by the time we get done here in Waco this evening. But that's all right. The Easter Bunny is always on the task. Here comes our guest tonight on Easter weekend. This is the Lone Star Dwarf Car Tour. Lone Star Dwarf Car Series, their first stop here at Heart of Texas Speedway in 2022 as they make their way out. 29 cars in the pits tonight for the Dwarf Cars. And it will be a thrill a minute. As they will dazzle you here tonight at Waco. Race fans, there we go. Hot laps are complete. It is time to go racing at the world-famous Heart of Texas Speedway, where champions race and legends are born. The Friday night lights are out, and we've got the Lone Star Dwarf cars are here visiting with us tonight. Also on tap tonight, your IMCA Sport Mods, your IMCA Stock Cars, the Outlaw Street Stocks. They will also be doing King of the Hill at the end of the night. Your IMCA Modifieds racing for $1,000 to win. You heard it right, $1,000. A grand on the line for the Modifieds. The Junior Limiteds and the Factory Stocks are here as well on a glorious Easter weekend at Heart of Texas Speedway. On behalf of Jerry Frederick and Selby Holder, all the staff at Heart of Texas Speedway, we welcome you in for an exciting night of action. We look forward to thrilling you here on the high-banked quarter-mile world-famous Heart of Texas Speedway. Couple of housekeeping notes before we get going, guys. If you would, at all times throughout the night, refrain from being along that metal fence right there, right along the flag stand, along the front straightaway. Anytime that the green flag is out and we are racing, please do not stand by that. That could end up in a very, very bad situation. We don't want that to happen, so please do not stand there. Also, as well, if you would help us out with a couple of things, if you rented one of those chair backs at the end of the night, if you would kindly return that back to the spot where you rented that from, that'll help us out with some track cleanup as we have to hang around and get all of that done at the end of the night. And also, please, any trash, if you can, get that into the trash receptacles all throughout the facility. That would help our staff out greatly. If you would, join us, everyone, and please rise to your feet. Remove your cap if you would choose to do that, hat, whatever you may have. On Easter weekend, we celebrate with the sport that we love. I will turn it over to our track chaplain, but more importantly, even bigger than that for me, he's a friend of mine. He's a good man. And our invocation tonight, it is the one and only track chaplain from Heart of Texas Speedway.
Thank you, Rodney. On behalf of myself and Heart of Texas Speedway staff, I want to wish each and every one of you and your family a happy Easter. Let's pray. Father God, we just come to you, Lord, and just thank you for loving us. Thank you for your grace. Lord, I lift up our drivers tonight as they compete and ask for watch, care, and safety. Lord, each fan here tonight and each family represented here tonight, Lord, I lift up to you and ask for health and prosperity and a safe weekend. Lord, thank you for our veterans, for the brave that fought for the freedoms that we have, for the men and women that are currently protecting those freedoms. I just lift each one up to you and ask for watch, care, and safety as well. Lord, bless the Heart of Texas Speedway, and thank you for sending your son to die for us on the cross. And all this, we will praise and glorify you. For us in his holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Jim Fielding. And as we always do, a big round of applause. And if you would wave any of our active or military personnel, please put your hand up in the air and give a wave before we play the most popular song in the country. Big round of applause for our true heroes. Please remain standing as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Kiddos, hold on to those tickets that you got when you arrived here tonight. We'll be doing Easter basket giveaways throughout the night, so hang on to those, and we'll tell you exactly how we will be doing that throughout the night. But keep your eye on those ticket numbers. Rolling out onto the track, our first heat races of the night, it'll be the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds, and here they come out of the chute onto the back straightaway for 8 laps of action. And here is your starting lineup. On the point, car number 88, it's Austin Moore. On the outside, the 21T of Taylor Florio. Row 2 on the inside. Winner last week right here at Hot in the 58. It is Sid the Kid Kiffin. On the outside, car number 19, John Rodriguez. Row 3 on the inside, the always fast car number 5X of Michael Dabney. On the outside, car number 12, perennial front runner, Brandon Garrett. And shotgun on the field, another front runner each and every race week here at Heart of Texas Speedway. It is Damon Hammond in car number 116. We are set to go. 8 laps, 7 cars, heat race. Number 1 for your IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Checking in on Race on Texas All Access. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the finest dirt track racing in the state of Texas. Into turn number 1 we go. It's Florio on the outside. Austin Moore down on the bottom side. Florio a good drive down the back straightaway. And she will take a 1.5 car length advantage down into turn number 1. Here's Moore working down on the inside. Sid the Kid Kiffin right behind him. 3-car breakaway up the hill. The action happening behind him. But you got 3 cars up in the front of the pack with Florio hanging on. Austin Moore right there. Kiffin goes a little high up to the top of the racetrack, but he gets back in line as he rides about 2.5 car lengths behind. Florio now feeling the heat as Austin Moore hanging on. Moore right there about 1 car length as they work down into turn number 1. Florio up on the top side, almost laying that right side over onto the cushion, but she brings it back down to the middle of the speedway, and now Austin Moore hot on her tracks as they make their way around. This is lap number 3 right here as we continue on. 3-car breakaway, Florio, Moore, Kiffin. They run 1, 2, 3 here in heat race number 1 for the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Just underway Easter weekend here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Out of corner number 4, Florio just running a really nice line. She's able to get a good drive off of the corner, and she'll take a car length down into turn number 1. Back straightaway they go. Now Kiffin begins to put the heat on the 88 of Austin Moore as they settle in once again. They will work their way up almost to what we'll call the third line, making their way down, and they work lap number 6. Austin Moore's going to try to drive it down to the inside, but he's got company on the backside. As Sid the Kid Kiffin, it's still a 1-car length advantage for Florio. Into turn number 3, Moore trying to work, this time by 2 sticks in the air, 2 more time around. We got half a mile to go here in IMCA Southern Sport Mod heat race number 1. Moore trying to go down to the inside, not getting the drive right there. Florio takes that higher line coming out of the corners and gets a really good push. White flag in the air. 1 more time around for Florio as she sails that 21 car into corner number 1. 1 car in front of him, John Rodriguez. I'm not sure if they're going to get to him by the end of the race. Florio, 2.5 car lengths. Middle of the speedway. Here's Moore diving down to the inside. Checkered flag in the air this time from David Sisk. Florio, Austin Moore, Sid the Kid Kiffin, followed by the 5X of Michael Dabney and Brandon Garrett. That is your top 5 in the IMCA Southern Sport Modified heat race. Number 1, wire-to-wire win for Taylor Florio, and that 21T looks awful racy. Keep your eye on that young lady. Onto the back straightaway, here comes heat race number 2 for your IMCA Southern Sport Modified, scheduled to go to the stripe. It'll be on the pole in the 7MK. Kyle Wilkins on the outside, the big nasty 601, Trevor Cockburn. Row 2 on the inside, car number 32, one of the invaders tonight, it's Robert Stewart. James Keeley up on the top side, car number 51. Row 3 on the inside, one of the young guns, Corbin Willett. The veteran on the outside in the 9M is Pat McGuire. Shotgun on the field, car number 91. It is Jack Lewis. Lewis aboard car number 91. 7 cars, 8 laps, heat race number 2. IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Lights are out around the racetrack. It'll be Wilkins and Cockburn bringing them down as we get set to go. David Sisk drops a rag, and we're racing in heat race number 2. Good drive down on the inside, a little bit of contact, but Wilkins will guide the field as he takes the whole shot. Cockburn trying to stay on the back bumper. Good move up on the top side. Back in the 3rd spot as Corbin Willett will go to the 3rd spot. Big push middle of the speedway. Robert Stewart, hot spot on the racetrack. It's 3rd, 4th, and 5th as they race down. Caution flag on the racetrack. Caution flag on the racetrack. Debris on the racetrack right here on the front straightaway. And that is sitting right in the racing groove, so we go yellow. as they make their way around. But a little bit of contact right there on the start. That is possibly where that came off of, as the 7MK of Wilkins making some contact there with Big Nasty. We'll try it once again. No laps complete. Re-rack, restack, restart coming up as we'll try it once again. Wilkins, Cockburn, Stewart, Keeley. That is your first two rows. Pat McGuire. Keeley actually on the outside of him. Corbin Willett up on the outside. A really nice jump there for Willett. Lights are out around the racetrack. We're ready to go. We'll try it once again. No laps complete. IMCA Southern Sport Mods heat race number 2 on the gas. Wilkins will bring the field around. Green flag in the air. We're racing once again here at heart of Texas Speedway. Wilkins, hole shot down into the corner. Cockburn up on the top side. Stewart trying to give a good push down on the bottom side. Good drive out of the corner by Pat McGuire. He throws a block there on Willett. And now the top 5 cars run single file up at the top of the speedway. Wilkins flashes by, 1 car length ahead of Cockburn. Stewart up to the top of the racetrack, trying to get some grip. Pat McGuire there in the 9M, not able to get the drive off the corner. He'll settle back in behind him. Willett rides in the 5th spot. Trailing smoke out of the back of the 7MK. You've got a lot of dust up happening out of the back of that lead car. Don't know if that's something, trying to figure out if that's blue smoke or if that's actually maybe something making contact, tire smoke. But that actually does look like that is engine smoke. And you can actually smell it up in the air here at heart of Texas Speedway. But that car is running on a rail as he works onto the back straightaway, leading by about 4 car lengths down into the corner, middle of the racetrack. Wilkins this time around, we're halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go. Smoke really began to billow out of the back of the 7MK. Cockburn rides behind him. Good battle starting to shape up there for the 3rd spot as you check in on Race on Texas All Access. Robert Stewart holding on to that spot. Pat McGuire is right there. That smoke is getting awful heavy out of the 7MK. Stewart now settles into the 3rd spot. Onto the back straightaway your leaders go as Wilkins will dive into corner number 3 this time by. We've got 2 more laps to go this time by for Kyle Wilkins in the 7MK. Trevor Cockburn in the 601. Doesn't look like anything's being laid down on the surface. That does not smell like rear end fluid to me. Up here where I'm at, that definitely smells like something. That is oil. White flag in the air one more time around. Wilkins down to the bottom of the racetrack. Cockburn hanging on there in the 2nd spot. Looks like Big Nasty kind of laid back a little bit. Stewart up at the top, lays that right side up onto the cushion. And now Cockburn's going to settle in behind the lap car right there. Checkered flag in the air. Kyle Wilkins will win in the 7MK. However, the question's going to be, what is all that smoke? Cockburn comes home in the 2nd spot, followed by Stewart. And Pat McGuire rounds out the top 4. Corbin Willett in position number 5. But that'll be the question as he does park it in winner's circle for the heat race. But what is that smoke? You can see the fire right there as he's making his way over to the scales. There's a fire under the 7MK car. That is definitely in the engine area right there. You had oil blowing out of there. Definitely a smell of oil in the air here at heart of Texas Speedway. Track safety crew quickly over with a fire extinguisher, able to get that taken care of. So we'll see if Wilkins will be able to continue. Showing them one right here as we get set. IMCA stock cars on the racetrack. Row number 1, the 48R, Raymond McSpadden on the outside, the 5H of Lance Hansen Jr. Row 2 on the inside, car number 9, Jason Batt on the outside, the 13G of David Goot Sr. Row 3 on the inside, Thomas Hall in the 20T. Alan Essenberg in the 21E on the outside, Shelby Williams, car number 82, Thomas Hall Jr. Flanking on the outside in the 114, and Dustin Mooney in car number 21. We are set to go. 8 cars, it looks like 1 will not make the call. 8 laps for the IMCA stock cars here at heart of Texas Speedway. Green flag in the air, we are racing. Up on the top side, the 5H of Lance Hansen Jr. will take the whole shot and take the field into turn number 1. They stack up behind him and Spadden down on the bottom. He's got David Goot Sr. up on the top side. Essenberg is there down in that next spot. Here's Batt going to the top side, washing up the racetrack. Here's McSpadden, Goot down on the inside. Quick stab of the brake right there. He'll get back on the gas once again. They float up to the top of the corner, diming it off onto the back straightaway. It continues to be Lance Hansen Jr. holding on. He leads by 3 car lengths out of corner number 4. This is lap number 2. It's Hansen, McSpadden, Goot, Batt, Essenberg with the 114 of Thomas Hall Jr. all over the back bumper of the 21 car. All of these cars will transfer to the main event here tonight in the stock cars. But up at the front of the pack, it's Lance Hansen Jr. He has been rolling here at Heart of Texas Speedway, and now he begins to check out from the back. The action is at the little bit further back of the pack, about the midway back. Jason Batt leads a mad pack of cars with Alan Essenberg, the 114 of Thomas Hall Jr., the 82 of Shelby Williams, and the 21 of Dustin Mooney. This is the pack that we are watching on All Access. Into the corner they go. Mooney working up at the top of the racetrack as they fan off of the corner. You see that left front coming up off the ground of Alan Essenberg in the 21E. As your lead car, Lance Hansen Jr., continues to motor away from the pack, but check out this battle. They go single file down into the corner. Williams goes down to the inside. Williams going to try to drive down to the inside of the 114, but he won't be able to do it right there. Two sticks in the air this time around as Lance Hansen Jr. continues to lead here in iStock Heat Race number 1. Now we go single file all the way around the racetrack. Good hanging on to the third spot. McSpadden riding in the second spot. Batt, Essenberg, Hall, Williams, and Mooney. White flag in the air one more time around. Quarter mile for Lance Hansen Jr. as he leads by some 13 car lengths over Raymond McSpadden in the 48R. Nice, smooth racing right here in heat race number 1. Lance Hansen Jr. will win heat race number 1. McSpadden comes home second. David Cooch Sr., Jason Batt, Alan Essenberg. That is your top 5 in heat race number 1 for your IMCA stock cars as they go wire to wire and caution free. And it is Hansen Jr. continuing a really nice run that he has been on here as of late in Waco. And he'll bring the field across the scales as iStock Heat Race number 2 rolls out onto the back straightaway. Your starting lineup on the point, car number 63, it's Andy Roller on the outside, the 116 of Damon Hammond. Row 2 on the inside, the 3X of Travis Norman. Cameron Cook on the outside, car number 11. Zach Terry inside of row number 3, car number 84, Doug Lorenz in car number 97. Row 4, it's J.O.B., Joe O'Brien in car number 14. And car number 22 outside of row number 4, it's Justin Wairinga. For heat race number 2 here in the iStocks tonight, Easter weekend at Heart of Texas Speedway. Lone Star Dwarf cars coming up, Easter basket giveaways throughout the night. Outlaw Street Stock King of the Hill coming up at the conclusion of the evening. It's going to be a fun night. Lights are out around the racetrack. David Sisk, green and going. We are off. Hammond up on the top side, getting a nice push from Cameron Cook. Down into turn number 1, Lorenz is going to try to follow him. Andy Roller down on the bottom side. A lot of momentum up behind him. Here comes Travis Norman. A little bit of smoke trailing out of the back of the 3X. They go single file as they make their way around. Lap number 1, Damon Hammond, Cameron Cook, Doug Lorenz, Andy Roller, Travis Norman. That is your top 5. Working, diamonding off the corner. Here's Cameron Cook, works up to the back bumper, stabs a brake. He'll try to take a dive down on the bottom side, but it continues to be the 116 of Damon Hammond working as they work their way up to the top of the racetrack. We have a breeze that's blowing in from the south here tonight. This racetrack is in really, really good condition right now. What will that do to the surface? We'll have to follow that throughout the night. We've got a lot of racing to do here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway, so that's something that we will follow. Track conditions. Right now, we are flying around the racetrack. You probably got about 3 crews. Oh, bumper tag down into the corner. Cameron Cook, a little bit of trouble there as the 116 of Damon Hammond has a motor issue. You see a little bit of a flash flame under the car there as the 116, something goes amiss going down into turn number 3. You see a flame under the bottom of the race car. The track safety crew will quickly make their way out. You had some bumper tag right there. Cameron Cook, Doug Lorenz, as they lock it up right there. That 116, it just quit running. And he sits up at the top of turn number 4. It looks like that little flash flame that we saw has extinguished itself. So the caution flag will wave as we are approaching the halfway point here in heat race number 2 for the iStocks. Our first caution in the iStock IMCA stock car section of our racing action here tonight. Cameron Cook will now inherit the lead as we get set for a Waco restart. You call it a Delaware restart. We call it Texas two-step. We call it a lot of different things. Here at Waco, we call it the Waco restart. Easter Bunny is on hand tonight as well. I don't know where the Easter Bunny went. It may be a little too loud, maybe a little dusty for the Easter Bunny. I'm sure the Easter Bunny's going to be back out. Easter Bunny was already taking pictures here a little earlier, giving out some eggs, all of that good stuff on our Easter weekend extravaganza here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Cameron Cook on the point, out by his lonesome. Doug Lorenz, Andy Roller, Travis Norman, Wyringa up on the outside. We are ready to rock and roll once again. Here they come around, Zach Terry and Joe O'Brien. Checking the field over, green and going. We're racing once again with 3 laps complete in heat race number 2 for the iStocks. Cook, great drive into turn number 1. He'll bolt out of corner number 2. Doug Lorenz trying to give chase. Look at Wyringa. Nice restart there for Joe O'Brien. Now they'll stack it up into turn number 3, out of corner number 4, almost single file, all the way back to the 4 spot. Down on the inside, it's O'Brien down on the bottom. Wyringa into 22. They'll make their way onto the back straightaway. A little bit of trouble right there. Across the track goes O'Brien. Roller gets back in line. The field makes their way out of corner number 4. Cameron Cook continues to hold on. Andy Roller in hot pursuit right there of Joe O'Brien. That is your battle for the 5th spot here in heat race number 2 with your IMCA stock cars. 2 sticks in the air, 2 more times around. Cameron Cook, another one of these youngsters that has been on a tremendous roll in 2022. Way up to the top of the racetrack, up on the cushion. Doug Lorenz, as he sails back down to the middle of the racetrack, that allows the 3X of Travis Norman to get right up to the back bumper. White flag one more time around. 15-car length advantage for Cameron Cook. Doug Lorenz rides in the 2nd spot. Travis Norman stacked 2.5 car lengths behind. Out of turn number 4, it's going to be Cameron Cook winning it here in heat race number 2. Doug Lorenz, Travis Norman, Justin Wyringa, Joe O'Brien. That is heat race number 2 for your IMCA stock cars here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Strong field of IMCA stock cars, and there you see them as they make their way across. Stacked up next in the chute. First heat race of 4 coming out for our guest class tonight. Here are your Lone Star Dwarf cars rolling out onto the racetrack. Starting lineup on the point, car number 1, it's Emily Rowe. The outside in the 2K, Dylan Payne. Row 2 on the inside, Landon Falkenberg. Car number 8 on the outside, Charles McAfee, car 25. Row 3 in car 81, Carl Davis. On the outside, Burt Booth in the 151. Rounding out the pack, car number 94 is Justin Lowe. On the outside, Tanya McAfee, car number 13. 8 cars, 8 laps, first heat race of 4 for your Lone Star Dwarf cars as they make their first appearance here at Heart of Texas Speedway in 2022. Of course, 2 different sections of dwarf cars that you have throughout the state of Texas. You've got the North Group, which is this group, the Lone Star Dwarf cars. And you got the Dwarf Car Racing Series at Texas, which races primarily in the South Texas region of Texas. Off we go, green flag. Up on the top side, Payne, nice drive, followed quickly by McAfee. McAfee into the 2nd spot. They stack him up behind him. Onto the back straightaway they go. Payne down into turn number 1. It looks like a little bit of drive right there for McAfee. Lap number 1 will go to the 2K of Payne as they race into turn number 1. Back straightaway, you got a battle shaping up there for the 3rd spot. Getting a little bit dicey right there. Burt Booth in car number 151, followed by Carl Davis in car number 81. But everybody stays nice and clean right there. It's 1 car length down into turn number 1. The 2K of Dylan Payne, you see him spinning that left front up off of the ground as well. Here's 25 McAfee taking a peek up on the top side. Lap number 3 as they exit turn number 4. Nice clean race so far. Gotta like that line right there that Dylan Payne is running. Payne will go to the bottom of the racetrack, then goes up to the middle, but here comes a big drive up to the top. McAfee side by side. Big move up to the top side. Let's see if Payne can get the drive out of the corner. Brand new race leader this time by, and he's bringing company with him as a car number 94. Justin Lowe will go to that 2nd spot. Your race leader, Charles McAfee, inches behind him. Car number 24, car number 94, and now going down to the inside, Jason Lowe. He will take that spot. Jason Lowe into turn number 1, and he is on the low side. He'll sail up to the top of the racetrack. McAfee back on the gas, able to hold on to the spot and get back in line once again. Here they come around, continuing to hold on. We're watching a fierce battle up here as now they make their way. You've got some back markers running right there. You got Emily Lowe there in the one car as they're able to make their way up to the top side. You got a couple of back markers in front of them as well. White flag in the air this time by for your race leader. They split the 13 car of Tanya McAfee, but it is a 25 car still working up on the top side. Charles McAfee onto the back straightaway. 4-car length advantage down into the corner. The 94 of Lowe up to the top. Checkered flag in the air this time by car number 25, Charles McAfee. Jason Lowe comes home second. Dylan Payne, Burt Booth rounding out your top 4. In heat race number 1 for your Lone Star Dwarf cars. Heat race number 2 set to roll out onto the racetrack. And we'll go to the stripe on the point. Car number 15 of Troop Miller. On the outside, the 22X of Greg Payne. Row 2, the 11T is Skip Trailer. Eric Anker in the $7 on the outside of row number 2. Row 3 in car 35, it's Tony DeGeorge. On the outside, Yuri Tulchin in the 7S. Rounding out the pack, here's one that you got to watch or set to go. Waiting on this car to make its way out. Set to be the 45 of Chance Hull. Hull to be the lone car in row number 4. However, that car has not made the call, as you've got 6 of them on the racetrack right now as they make their way around. And we wait on the 45 car. So as we run right now, you've got 6 cars for 8 laps. Lone Star Dwarf cars, heat race number 2. And it looks like that is how we will go. We will roll with 6 as we are set. Into turn number 3 they go. Lights are out around the racetrack. Troop Miller bringing the field to the apex of turns 3 and 4. And the green flag is displayed. We're racing at Heart of Texas Speedway. Troop Miller down on the inside. Great move right there across the bow down to the inside. Greg Payne in the 22X. Nice move right there as the 22 able to make the pass. And Payne will take the field out of turn number 4, washing way up the track, but able to hold on. And they'll make their way down into turn number 1. Lead car, the 22X of Payne, side by side behind him. The 15 of Troop Miller holding on, but a nice move up on the top side, as now they'll double stack them. Here they come around once again. The battle is for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 11T will go to the 2nd spot. That's Skip Trailer. Down to the inside, trouble for the race leader. Greg Payne loses the grip. Up to the top. Here comes Skip Trailer. Trailer, your brand new race leader, as he leads by 4 car lengths over Miller. Getting bad to worse here for the 22X of Greg Payne as he sails to the top of the racetrack, and he will now ride at the back of the pack. Meanwhile, up at the front, Skip Trailer, the very fortunate recipient of that bad luck there for the 22X. Here they come around. It is Trailer continuing to hold on in the 11T, followed by Miller in the 15. Now the 9S of Yuri Tolchin on that final podium spot. Onto the back straightaway they go. Nice, comfortable advantage as they run right now for Trailer. But, of course, this is where it's different here with the dwarf cars. We've been watching stock cars. We've watched sport mods. These cars are 1,300 pounds. You're going from a very heavy vehicle into these light, very high horsepower cars. And that's where that twitchiness is going to come in with these cars, as this track will continue to slick up and turns into more of a dry slick throughout the night. That's going to work well for these cars. Battle for 3rd down to the inside. Yolchin, but settling back in behind Miller. They had 2 to go that time by. This time, white flag in the air. 3-car breakaway as they make their way down. Here is the white flag displayed for the 11T of Skip Trailer. 2nd spot, Miller. Here's the 9, trying to find something down on the bottom side. Yuri Tolchin in the 9S, not going to find anything there. Into corner number 3 they go. Trouble out of corner number 4, but we will stay green. Checkered flag in the air. It is the 11T. A Skip Trailer, your race winner, followed by Troop Miller in the 15, and the 9S of Yuri Tolchin. Did have a little bit of a melee on the back straightaway there coming out of corner number 2, but everybody able to right those cars around. And everybody rolls out once again. So we get set for heat race number 3. Lone Star Dwarf cars on the racetrack. The lineup in the 171, it's Tim Ellis on the outside, the 12N of Keith Lisher. Row 2 on the inside, 8T of Tatum Bell on the outside, Tommy Mock in car 44M. Row 3, car 70J of James Kane. Flanking him on the outside, the 73X of Wyatt Richardson. Shotgun on the field In car number 121, position number 7, it's Brian Falkenberg. Falkenberg in car number 121. 7 cars, 8 laps. Heat race number 3 for the Lone Star Dwarf Car Series as they make their presence here for the first time in 2022 at Heart of Texas Speedway. Glad you were with us, and glad you were with us across the world on Race on Texas All Access. Green flag is set to go, and we are racing. 3 wide down into the corner. Big time move right there, but they'll settle it back in, and into the corner they go. Here we go. Back straightaway. Boy, that got awful racy right there. Up at the front, it is Lisher in the 12 in as he's able to hold on. They make their way around. This is lap number 1 in the books right there. The 171 car riding all the way up to the second spot, and now taking a peek down on the inside is Tim Ellis. Here's Ellis hanging on to the second spot. 3 cars up out of turn number 3, making their way around. 1 car down to the inside. The 73X rides on the inside. That's Wyatt Richardson. Richardson all over the back bumper of the 171 of Tim Ellis, and those 2 cars make their way down into the corner. Ellis taking a peek down on the inside of Lisher. Lisher able to hold on. They'll race side by side out of corner number 4. Down into turn number 1 they go. My goodness. Hang on, Ellis, as he drags that back end around almost 3 wide out of the corner. You got some action happening way up on the top side. Richardson, now Ellis down to the bottom. 3 wide momentarily out of the turn. Brand new race leader. It's Richardson in the 73X hanging on. The 12 car will ride in the second spot of Keith Lisher in the 12 in. And here comes Tim Ellis in the 171. This time by, you've got cross flags at the flag stand. 4 down, 4 to go here in heat race number 3 for the dwarf cars. Really beginning to open up the advantage right now is Richardson. Richardson sailing off from the pack. Here's Ellis going back down to the inside. Lisher trying to hang on up on the top side. Ellis on the bottom. Lisher up on the top side. 2 sticks in the air. Ellis bottom feeding way down at the bottom of the racetrack. Way up to the top goes Lisher. Almost some contact there down into the corner. Back straightaway they go. Up at the pack, it's Richardson hanging on. He is in firm control of this race. The second race, or the second spot, is the one that's getting awful dicey as you watch them right here. Here is Lisher in the 12 in, the 171 of Tim Ellis. They'll settle it in. Down to the back straightaway they go. Into turn number 3, Wyatt Richardson, car number 73X. He will be greeted right now by the checkered flag in the air. Richardson will win. Photo finish at the line. Tim Ellis comes home second. And Keith Lisher, heat race number 3 for your Lone Star Dwarf Cars.
We're going to do the Easter baskets in about 10 minutes. They got an extra ticket for Easter baskets. I'll come around front and signal y'all a number like 4. Any ticket empty in a 4, then come on down there. That way we don't have to do but a few drawings. So I'll come around this way. I'll give you a 1.
Here comes heat race number 4. Hey, kiddos, hang on to those tickets. In about 10 minutes, we're going to start doing Easter basket giveaways. So if you came for an Easter basket, hold on to those tickets, and we'll tell you how we're going to be doing that. Heat race number 4 onto the track. Car number 19, Landon Bellows on the point. On the outside, 27P of Jeff Patterson. Row 2 inside, car 51, Richard Brooker. Outside, Billy White in the knot 4. Row 3 on the inside, 5M, Brady Ricks. On the outside, Jason Rivas in the 626. And car number 2, shotgun on the field, is Blaze Payne. 7 cars, 8 laps. Heat race number 4 for the Lone Star Dwarf Cars. Easter weekend at the world-famous Heart of Texas Speedway. We're ready to rock and roll. Here we go. David Sisk says, green flag. We're off and rolling. Into turn number 1, Bellows momentarily with the whole shot, but up to the top side. Patterson, great drive, top of the racetrack. He wheels it off at turn number 2, and he will take the field in with about a 10-car length advantage. Patterson way up to the top of the racetrack. He'll guide it right down the front straightaway. Patterson, your race leader, followed by Bellows, Brooker, and Rivas. It's almost a second right there for your race leader as they go single file as we race under the Friday night lights here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Patterson really checking out from the field. He flashes by to complete lap number 2. The action happening behind him. Brooker is right there. That time it was 1.587 seconds. The whole shot advantage for Jeff Patterson as he motors out from the field. Jason Rivas rides in 4th. Billy White rounding out the top 5.
Another lap in the books right there for Patterson as he sails down into turn number 1. And that Patterson car is running on a rail. You look at that car, there's not a wiggle, there's not anything that looks out of sort with the 27P as he continues to hang on. Here's the good battle on the racetrack right now. It is for second. Landon Bellows in that second spot. The advantage now 2.271 seconds. A little bit of a bobble right there. As you get one car out of sorts, it looks like Billy White loses the grip momentarily, but he's back on the gas. The battle continues to be for second, third, and fourth. Landon Bellows in that runner-up position as he works off of corner number 2. He's got Brooker right behind him. You've probably got about 7 car lengths between those two. 2 laps to go that time by for Jeff Patterson, who has just checked out from the field here in the final heat race for your Lone Star Dwarf cars. Second place battle continuing to heat up, but this time by. White flag in the air one more time around for your race leader, Jeff Patterson, as he sails into corner number 1. This car has been running just inside of the cushion, but it has not stumbled at any point in this race. Here's Patterson making his way once again, greeted by the white flag, or checkered flag right there for Patterson. Patterson takes it home, followed by Bellows, Brooker, Rivas, and Brady Ricks. That is your top 5. Heat race number 4 for your Lone Star Dwarf cars. And rolling out onto the track next. Not only will they run heat races and run a main event tonight, but also at the end of the night, it is King of the Hill night. Who will be the 2022 King of the Hill in the Outlaw Street Stocks? We got a long way to go before we get to that. Heat races, and here we go. On the pole in the C4 is Cody Parrish on the outside, car number 68. The man, the myth, the legend, it's Wade White. Row 2 on the inside, the 18K of Tommy Honey. Barry Gaston on the outside, car 8. Row 3 on the inside, Drew Garcia, the 9G. Brian Harcrow flanking him on the outside, car number 10. Car number 13, it's Benji Kirkpatrick. Eddie Thompson in car number 22. And we are set. 8 cars, 8 laps. Lone Star Dwarf cars here tonight. $1,000 to win for your IMCA Modifieds. We have an Easter spectacular happening tonight here at the world-famous heart of Texas Speedway. Lights are out around the Speedway. We're locked and loaded and ready to roll. Green flag is waving, and we're 3 wide down the front stretch. Wade White up on the top side. Wade White will take the field. Tommy Honey right across the nose right there of Cody Parrish. Don't blink. Here comes Benji Kirkpatrick in the 13. Drew Garcia taking a peek down on the inside. Down to turn number 4, up to the top side. Wade White, Tommy Honey right there on his left rear quarter panel. Honey trying to find something right there. You got 3 cars trying to shake it away from the field. A little bit of contact back there with Garcia and Harcrow, but here is your battle. These 3 right here, this is 3 of the best that you're going to see here in Waco in the Outlaw Street Stocks. Wade White, Tommy Honey, Benji Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick, big move down on the inside. Back straight away they go. Honey up to the corner panel once again. Wade White hanging tough right there. He sails it up the racetrack. Honey trying to get the drive off the corner, but Wade White with a good run. Caution flag on the racetrack. Caution flag on the racetrack. It looks like we've got something on the backstretch as the C4 of Parrish. Parrish comes off the racetrack, so something may have broken off of the C4, and it looks like a debris caution will wave. Here with 2 laps complete in heat race number 1 for your Outlaw Street Stocks. We've got a really nice battle starting to shape up there at the front of the pack as Wade White holding on up on the top side. Tommy Honey really trying to flirt down with the middle portion of the racetrack, but just not getting the drive that he really wants to get up to this point. And Kirkpatrick in the car number 13 making his way all the way up. They had a nice separation from the pack. However, that all goes away as a caution flag displayed, and we now run single file around the racetrack. And this is brand new life right here for Drew Garcia, the 10 of Harcrow, the 22 of Eddie Thompson, and Barry Gaston. Waco restart coming up. Up at the front of the pack, it is White in the 68. We'll double stack it up right behind him. Outlaw Street Stocks, you see a lot of variation. That is the beauty of this street stock class. Looks like Parrish is rolling there in the infield, and he will rejoin the fray. So back on the gas, we are set to go. Field ready to check out. We've still got caution lights on. David Sisk is like, what's going on? David Sisk is like, come on, boys, you got to watch that light. That light has been solid amber. It ain't time to go yet. We're showing them on right now. Now it's going to be go time. Here's a question. Now is anybody going to miss this restart? Here we go. Wade White up on the point. Tommy Honey, Benji Kirkpatrick, Drew Garcia. That is your top 4. Into turn number 3. We are set on the gas. Wade White, green flag, 2 laps complete. Heat race number 1, Kirkpatrick to the inside. Into turn number 1, side by side, wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle. Tommy Honey right behind him. Down into the corner they go. Kirkpatrick on the bottom. Wade White staying in that bottom line. Here they come around. Kirkpatrick slinging down to the inside. Tommy Honey into turn number 1. Look at this battle. Here comes Brian Harker on car number 10. Side by side, they go down into turn number 3. This is going to be lap number 3. Kirkpatrick down on the bottom. Wade White, Tommy Honey trying to cross it down to the bottom once again. White with a great drive up on the top part of the racetrack. Into turn number 1. Kirkpatrick, he'll now slam it down to the bottom of the racetrack. Wade White up on the top side. Kirkpatrick down on the bottom. Tommy Honey thinking about going to the 3rd line. Here they come around this time by. Lap number 5. Honey down to the bottom. Rim riding up at the top of the racetrack. Car number 68. Wade White staying just inside the cushion, working down on the bottom side. The 13 of Benji Kirkpatrick down into the corner they go once again. Look at these 3 wheel, these Outlaw Street Stocks. 2 sticks in the air this time by for the 13 car. Benji Kirkpatrick, your new race leader. Tommy Honey sails it into turn number 1. Now, onto the back straightaway we go. 3.5 car lengths. Benji Kirkpatrick slings that 13 car down into the corner. White flag in the air. One more time around. Kirkpatrick checking out from the back. The race now for second. Wade White at his quarter panel. Tommy Honey in the 18K. Back straightaway they go. You got about a half a car length in between those 2 cars running for second. But it is Benji Kirkpatrick all the way from the 7th spot to the point. Kirkpatrick, White, Honey, Garcia, your top 4. Heat race number 1 in your Outlaw Street Stocks. Oh, daddy. Let me tell you something. I know we got a feature race to run yet, but just wait till we get to King of the Hill, my friends. Wait till we get to do that. But oh, there's more. Here comes heat race number 2 onto the racetrack. Inside of row number 1, the 716 of Trey Voton. On the outside, the 1B of Brandon Hood. Row 2 on the inside, the 714 of Charles Mulvaney. On the outside, the 225, Jeff Williams. Car 76S, Cody Daniels. Superman on the inside of row number 3. Mike Land on the outside in car number 48. Inadvertently in hot laps, I said that was a factory. This is the 48 Outlaw Street Stock. Mike Land will be racing in the factory stocks, however, not in his car tonight. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Joe Williams, car number 32, and the Exa Gage Fuller. 8 cars, 8 laps. Heat race number 2, Outlaw Street Stocks. Easter weekend, Heart of Texas Speedway. Heat race number 1 was a doozy. You got some good ones in this one, too. Green flag displayed, and we dice it down into turn number 1. Hood up on the top side. Brandon Hood, look at that drive. Brandon Hood making the top side work. Voton into the 2nd spot. Williams in the 225. Those 3 cars trying to check out from the pack. Caution flag on the racetrack. Caution flag on the racetrack. Inadvertent start right there, so we're going to try that once again. So we'll stack them back up once again. It was Brandon Hood with a whole shot move right there, just out of the box. Hood in the 1B with a really nice job of sailing it up on the top side. We'll do it once again. Votaw back down to that inside position. Williams as well in the 225 with a really nice jump. We're showing them on right here. One more time around. The rolled up green flag from the flag man, David Sisk. And we double stack them going into the corner. 4 rows of 2, and you got some darn good ones right here in the Outlaw Street Stocks. Here's Votal. Lights will go out around the racetrack. Votal will take the field down into the corner, and he is going to bring them to a start once again for heat race number 2. Green and going. We're racing here in Waco. Hood up to the top side once again. A nice drive for Brandon Hood. Side by side. Williams trying to do something up on the right rear quarter panel down into corner number 3. Here's Votaw. Votaw down on the bottom. Cody Daniel, Mike Land, that is your top 5. They shimmy around just a little bit that time by, but it is Brandon Hood, 0.3 of a second over Votaw, Williams, Daniel, Mike Land, Joe Williams, Fuller, and Mulvaney. Lead pack making their way around. Here's Votaw going down to the inside, trying to get that drive right there. That part of the racetrack just not working itself in quite yet. At some point tonight, that is going to be a very fast line. We just watched in that last heat race, Tommy Honey trying to pull that move off right there. And here's Votaw down to the bottom once again. At some point as this track continues to work itself in, that right there may be the line that's going to be the line that produces the pass for the win. Here's Hood. Hood up on the top side. Votaw's going to try that once again. He settles in behind him. They flash by lap number 4. 4 down to go. Or 4 down, 4 down, 4 down, 4 down. My goodness, 4 down, 4 to go. Try to say that a few times. Here's Williams taking on to the 3rd spot. Cody Daniel right behind him. This lead battle continuing to intensify right at the door once again. But it's Brandon Hood able to hold on. Votaw in the 716. Around they go. Onto the back chute once again, down into the corner. 2 sticks in the air this time by. Hood working up on the top side. And now they attempt to go side by side once again. But Brandon Hood able to hang on in the 1B. Votaw is right there. Jeff Williams, Cody Daniel. Back straight away we go. Here's Votaw. Let's see if Votaw's going to try one last move here in this last 2 laps. White flag in the air one more time around. Now one more time for Votaw in the 716. Brandon Hood trying to find something right there. Hood with just a really good drive off the corner. Looks like Votaw's going to settle right in behind him. Heat race number 2. They'll dice it out of corner number 4. Votaw down to the inside. Hood, Votaw, Williams, and Cody Daniel. Heat race number 2 for the Outlaw Street Stocks. We'll have some kind of main event tonight, and we're also going to have some kind of King of the Hill. All right, kiddos, get those tickets out. If your ticket ends in the number 8, make your way behind the grandstands over to the Hall of Fame. They've got Easter baskets for you right there. If your ticket ends in number 8, make your way down to the Hall of Fame, and you will be the first to take home an Easter basket here on Easter basket or on Easter weekend. Well, I guess it is Easter basket weekend here at Heart of Texas Speedway. The stars of tomorrow out on the racetrack right now. Here are your Junior Limiteds. And by the way, April 29th right here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Joe Spillman and a lot of great folks doing some really cool stuff for the Junior Limiteds. All of their pit entry fees will be paid for. So the Junior Limiteds will race for free that night. Really cool stuff. Mason Warren, Gage Childress, Caden Morosky, Caden Petty, Brady Garrett, Colton Birmingham, Colton Abshear. 7 cars, 8 laps. Green flag, we're racing with the juniors. Into turn 1, good hole shot move. The 775 working. You got one turned around, but we will stay clean and green. I bet that young man right there, I bet Gage Childress learned that last week at the tutorial that was done here at the racetrack. You spin, you keep going. Mason Warren, your race leader. Look at this battle behind him. Caden Petty in the 43. She is making a nice move down on the inside. Way up on the cushion goes Morosky, able to get it back in line. The 08 a little unsteady right there. Here comes Abshear, but it is Petty in the 43. She is dicey, and now she runs in the 2nd spot. Chasing Mason Warren. Side-by-side battle between Colton Birmingham there in the 10C. Trying to work down on the inside of the racetrack. Brady Garrick in the 10. You got a couple of 10s doing battle. Mason Warren is your race leader. This is lap 3 for the Junior Limited. Again, this is your entry-level class. I love this class right here. This is a great way for these youngsters to learn how to get car control, how to do everything that they need to be doing out on the racetrack. If you are aspiring to be a young dirt track racer, there is not a better way to do it than actually getting in a sport mod, in a limited sport mod, and getting out here and racing. And you can see this class continues to grow. We've got some great young competitors and a good battle now shaping up for 3rd. Here's Abshear going down to the bottom. Petty trying to hang in on the top side. That youngster Petty out of the booming metropolis of Red Rock, Texas, over in Caldwell County, my stomping grounds. Petty hanging on to the 2nd spot. Warren up on the top side. It was 1.5 seconds the last time by. Car up on the top side. 2 laps to go that time by the 03 up to the top of the racetrack. Nice move there as the 03 staying clean out of the leader's way. Oh, trouble down to the inside as the 10 at Garrick spins out and able to continue to roll. Will now go on to the backside. White flag in the air one more time around. Mason Warren leading over Colton Abshire. And the 43 of Caden Petty. 081 car having a hard time right there. Gage Childress able to get it back in line. Checkered flag displayed this time by. Abshire's going to run out of time as Mason Warren will win heat race number 1 for the Junior Limiteds. Colton Abshire comes home second. Great run for Caden Petty. Caden Morosky, Colton Birmingham rounds out the top 10. Heat race number 1 for the Junior Limiteds. Kiddos, check out those tickets. Kiddos, check out those tickets. If your ticket ends in a number 2, make your way down to the Hall of Fame. Ticket ending in number 2. It is now your time for Easter basket giveaway. Ticket ending in number 2. Heat race number 2, Junior Limiteds inside of row number 1 on the point. The 69S is Sonny Wibble. The outside, the 07 of Cale Black. Row 2 on the inside. Caleb Merritt in the 18K. Jeff Bowser Jr. on the outside, car 730. Miss Daphne Batt on the inside of row number 3 in car 2. And Wyatt Sexton will drive car number 89. 6 cars, 8 laps. Junior Limiteds. I like this car count here for the Junior Limiteds. That's how you grow a class. Again, kiddos, ticket number 2. Ticket number 2 is what we are looking for right now. Field making their way on the back straightaway. Caution light will go off. Wibble in black. Little discombobulated right there. Here is the green flag. I don't know if this will stick. It will not. Caution flag comes out. Looked like Black was up on the outside in the 07, but the field was kind of straggling around a little bit right there. I don't really think it was anything where the 69S was actually doing anything wrong on the inside to try to get away from the pack. It was just bad formation right there. So David Sisk throws that caution flag back out. Selby Holder, race director, will get him back in line, and we're going to try it once again. Green flag is displayed, but it looked like that start once again, so we're going to have to try that again. And once again, one of the things about this class, this is what this class will do. It will enable you to learn how to start. 07 of Black will go to the back of the pack. And we'll try it once again. Now Caleb Merritt up on the point in the 18K, so it looks like we're going to have to do a little reshuffling around right here. Showing him one right here, it is Merritt in the 18K. Yeah, second row moves up. The whole front row goes to the back. It's Caleb Merritt and Jeff Bowser Jr. Looks like these two are a little bit better at the start, and we are off and racing. Merritt takes the field down into turn number 1. They dance at the bottom of the racetrack, and off they go side by side. Jeff Bowser Jr. on the top side. Caleb Merritt down on the bottom. They'll run it wheel to wheel down into the corner. Up on the top side, here's Bowser. Bowser, great drive off of the top part of the racetrack into turn number 1. Bowser, Merritt, as they run here in heat race number 2 for the Junior Limiteds. Single file racing all the way around the racetrack. Here they come making their way down for lap number 2. Bowser hanging on, followed by Merritt in the 18K, the 69S of Sonny Wibble. Wibble able to rebound nicely as he's kind of got shuffled back there on the start, getting racing back behind him. Here's the 89 of Wyatt Sexton, side-by-side battle. Sexton down on the inside, up on the top side. It's Black in the 07. That is the battle that you are watching right now on Race on Texas All Access. Down into the corner, up on the top side. Black trying to make it stick right there. That wheel cranked all the way on the 89 of Wyatt Sexton, just not able to get the drive off of the corner. We'll continue to follow that battle. Here's Black up on the top side. Check it out. Ooh, able to hang on. He is just cranking that wheel. That car is pushing like a dump truck for Wyatt Sexton, car number 89. Meanwhile, your leaders up at the front, it continues to be the 730 hanging on. It is Jeff Bowser Jr. as we are past the halfway point here in the second heat race. Daphne Batt up on the top side, 2.565 seconds. The lead that time for Jeff Bowser. Here's the 18, Merritt hanging on. He's starting to feel some heat from Whipple. 2 sticks in the air, 2 more times around. A little bit of a block right there from Merritt in the 18. Here's Whipple going down to the bottom. Good drive off of the corner for the 18. We go back to the leader. Here's Jeff Bowser Jr. way down at the bottom of the racetrack. White flag one more time around for Jeff Bowser Jr. Something's amiss on that car. That car is not running as it should. He's dropped something in that car. Contact. Whipple will make the pass on the back straightaway. Leader goes away. Kenny Merritt, Caleb Merritt falls off of the point, and here they come around. Checkered flag from 3rd to 1st on the last lap. Sonny Whipple will win heat race number 2, followed by Caleb Merritt as the leader goes away down the front straightaway. Heartbreak for Jeff Bowser Jr. as he had been in command of this race, leading by 2.5 seconds, but the car just quits running at the end of the race. And it is Whipple in the 69S Merritt as they go to the front of the pack. Kiddos, ticket number 7. If your ticket ends in number 7, kiddos. Lucky number 7 for the kiddos. Make your way down. Ticket number 7 is what we are looking for Easter basket giveaway. And here is the 730 there of Bowser's. He will need to get a push. $1,000 to win tonight for the IMCA Modifieds Outlaw Street Stocks King of the Hill at the end of our program tonight. Great food, cold beverages downstairs for you as well. We remind you to follow Heart of Texas Speedway on Facebook. Check out Hot Speedway, that's H-O-T, Hot Speedway on Facebook. And of course, hotspeedway.com, the official website of Heart of Texas Speedway. Here they come. $1,000 on the line tonight for your IMCA Modifieds, and they have shown up in force. 10-lap heat races as we get locked and loaded, ready to go. On the pole, car number 5, Kevin Green on the outside, Cody Smith, car 18. Row 2 on the inside, Jacob Perkle in 6R. The outside, 77G of Gary Spears. Row 3 on the inside, Chris Raysar in the 07, David Good Jr. in car number 7G. And car number 45 will go shotgun on the back of the pack. Of course, that is Eric Tomlinson. Tomlinson in the 45T. 7 cars, 10 laps, heat race number 1. IMCA Modifieds, $1,000 on the line. National points on the line tonight. Kevin Green on the gas. Green flag, we're racing with the big boys here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Smith up on the top side. He'll take it to the top. Racing side by side down the back straightaway. Smith, good push off the corner. He'll ease ahead of Green right there. Perkle settling in behind him. They make their way around. Lap number 1 is a flash past the start-finish line. Cody Smith, Kevin Green, and Perkle, your top 3. Running behind them, Good and Eric Tomlinson trying to give chase, but 2 cars separating themselves from the pack. Here's Kevin Green going down to the bottom. Up on the top side, Smith, a little bit of contact. Out of corner number 4, but they keep it righted. Look at these guys go. $1,000 on the line. Here we are racing in the heat races. They make their way around. Kevin Green working on the bottom. That's a line that we were talking about in the street stocks. At some point, that thing is going to come in. Here is Green once again. Cody Smith up on the top side. This is lap number 4 that they are working this time by. Green will settle it down to the bottom. Green trying to get the drive off of the corner. Smith hanging on up on the top side. Wheel to wheel, momentarily side by side out of the turn. Here's Green once again, back up at the quarter panel once again. He'll go a half a car length behind. Here's Green going back down to the bottom, trying to get the drive right there, cranking the wheels out of the corner. Too much momentum up on the top side. Here's Cody Smith in the 18 car, working in the middle of the racetrack. Here's Green coming back at him once again. That was the halfway point, halfway home that time by. Here's Green down on the bottom, Smith up on the top side. That momentum right there as he continues to run on the bowl up at the top, using the banking to just drive that car off of the corner. Half a car length behind. They've got a car in front of them. Gary Spears in the 77G. Here's Green once again. Just cannot make that middle line stick. He'll try it once again. Smith onto the back straightaway, continuing to maintain a 0.2 of a second advantage. Big move down to the inside. Green once again. Here's Spears in the 77G. 2 more times around right now. Half a mile. Here's Green going back down to the bottom. Spears up on the top side. Cody Smith is right there, carrying a lot of momentum right now is Smith, working up on the top side. Kevin Green trying to wheel it down. Spears doing everything that he can to stay on the lead lap. Spears will go to the top of the racetrack. Smith goes by on the inside. Here's Kevin Green. Jacob Perkle riding in the third spot. David Koo Jr., white flag in the air. There's the checkered flag, this time by Cody Smith, Kevin Green, Jacob Perkle. Heat race number 1 for your IMCA Modifieds as these guys race that thing around. What a show right there from Cody Smith, working up on the top side of the racetrack. Kevin Green trying to get that second line to work in. It's going to at some point, but it is Smith that wins heat race number 1 for your Modifieds as the second set rolls out onto the racetrack. On the point, car 03. Mike Hathcock on the outside, Ryan Childress, car 81. Chris Galian on the inside in car 811. On the outside, Jake Upchurch in car 24. The man that's been on a roll here in these parts, car number 54T, dialing in that modified, is Matthew Day. Car number 110, Casey Brunson and John White. Another one right there in the 8J. This is a stacked field of IMCA Modifieds, 10 laps for these 7 cars as we get set to set our starting lineup for our $1,000 feature race here tonight for the Modifieds. Hathcock taking the field around. The lights will go out as they make their way onto the back straightaway. And we'll set them loose for 10 laps of action here in modified heat race number 2. Hathcock brings the field around. We are set. Green flag, and off we go. Hathcock. Whole shot move down into turn number 1. He'll take the field. Matthew Day right there. Here comes John White. John White down on the bottom of the racetrack. Watch that dude right there. John White will sail it down to the bottom. Day up on the top side. John White slings it out of corner number 2, or corner number 4. 3 cars. John White down on the bottom. Hathcock up on the top side. Matthew Day stumbles just a little bit right there, but here comes Jake Upchurch. Another one of those guys. Young gun from here from North Texas. Upchurch has to stab the brake there just a little bit as he stumbles momentarily down into the corner. Matthew Day to the second spot. John White up to the point. Now the battle for third. Here's Upchurch going down to the bottom. Behind them, Casey Brunson in the 110. Upchurch down on the bottom. Hathcock on the top side. Upchurch free and clear down at the bottom of the racetrack. Gonna bring the 110 of Casey Brunson with him up at the front of the pack. 2.120 second advantage for the 8J of John White out of turn 4. Lap number 4. John White, Matthew Day, Jake Upchurch, Casey Brunson, and Mike Hathcock. They run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is John White. Now that lead starting to diminish just a little bit. It was 2 seconds. That last time by 1.8. Here's John White making his way down once again. Now he strings it out once again. 2.169 seconds. It looks like everybody's settling in right there behind him as these modifieds make their way around. Lap number 6. Here's John White sailing. Now you watch all of these cars working way up at the top of the racetrack. You've got that cushion building up just a little bit right now. You've got a real nice smooth line up at the top of the racetrack. Watch these top 4 cars as they make their way out of corner number 4. Each and every one of them sitting up on that top spot, flirting with that right rear, just ever dipping it into that little bit of buildup right there as that cushion continues to push its way up. Here's John White one more time around. 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go. Matthew Day hanging on. Jake Upchurch in the 3rd spot. Into the corner they go. Upchurch trying to get into that advantage. 2.379 seconds with a white flag in the air this time by for John White in the 8J into turn number 1. John White smooth as a baby's rear end here in this modified heat race. Into the corner. Here is White. He is looking poised to win another one here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway tonight. John White, Matthew Day, Jake Upchurch, and Casey Brunson, your top 4. IMCA Modified Heat Race number 2 coming up next. It will be the ever-popular factory stocks. They will be coming out next. Kiddos, ticket number 5. Kiddos, if your ticket ends in a 5, ticket ends in 5, it is now your time to make your way down. ticket ending in 5 as the factory stocks roll out for heat race number 1 of 3. 18 double N of James Mercer. James Schoenrock, car number 37. Row 2 inside, Clint Howard. On the outside, Michael Gannett, car number 25. Row 3 on the inside, another youngster on some kind of roll across the state of Texas. 54H of Caden Honeycutt. Ty Miracle on the outside in car 46. Chad Ince, car 75, rounds out the pack. 7 cars, 8 laps. Factory stock heat race number 1 of 3 here on Easter basket giveaway night. $1,000 to win modified night. Outlaw street stock king of the hill night. What else can we give you tonight, my friends? What else can we give you tonight? Here we go. Lights are out around the racetrack. Mercer up on the points. Schoenrock on the outside. This is going to be a doozy right here, guys. Buckle up. We're ready to go. Green and Cohen. We're racing at Heart of Texas Speedway. Schoenrock up on the top side. Great drive into turn number 1. 2.5 car length hole shot as they stack up behind him. Here comes the 54, Caden Honeycutt, 54H. Mercer settling into the 3rd spot. Gannett up on the top side. Out of turn number 4, Schoenrock smooth and clean up on the top side. Gannett now will go to the 3rd spot, followed by Mercer and Ince. Clint Howard dropping back a little bit further in the pack right there. Ty Miracle there running right behind him. 75 car down the inside, Chad Ince, that is your battle. Now making his way to the 3rd spot as we check in on all access. Michael Gannett, Ince, followed by the 18mm of James Mercer. 75 car getting a good run down on the inside. 3rd place battle, Ince on the inside. Gannett way up on the top side. Ince trying to make it stick down on the bottom. Here's the battle out of 4. Good drive out of the corner for Gannett. He'll momentarily hold that spot. Pushes it up to the cushion. Onto the back straightaway they go. Gannett hanging on right there. As now you got something heating up at the front of the pack. As Honeycutt able to hold on and really dig into that advantage. Onto the back straightaway we go. James Schoenrock has that spot side by side. The 75 on the inside, the 25 up on the top side. Check out the lead battle. Here is Schoenrock in the 37. Oh, a little bit of contact right there. Maybe the 75 and the 25 to the inside for the lead. The 54H of Caden Honeycutt. He will go to the point. A little bit of a bump right there from Schoenrock. 2 more laps to go this time by Caden Honeycutt. James Schoenrock racing up at the front of the pack. Honeycutt up on the top side now. After making the pass, he's going to take it up to the top side. Schoenrock trying to follow suit right there. Schoenrock now working down at the bottom of the racetrack. White flag in the air one more time around. Caden Honeycutt, he leads by 0.7 of a second. James Schoenrock hanging on to the 2nd spot. Back straightaway they go. It is Caden Honeycutt. What a drive for Caden Honeycutt from the back of the pack all the way to the heat race win. Honeycutt in the 54H. James Schoenrock will come home 2nd. Chad Ince, a nice drive as well from the back of the pack, will come home 3rd, followed by Michael Gannett. Your top 4. Heat race number 1 for your factory stocks. Heat race number 2 getting set to roll out onto the racetrack. On the pole in the 580 tonight, he's got a loner tonight after a massive crash at Cotton Bowl Speedway that put him end over end on the back straightaway over in Page last Saturday night. The 580 tonight will be Mike Land on the outside. Trey Votaw, car number 29. Row 2, car 62. Jacob Pruitt on the outside. Willie Dean, car 45. Charles Mulvaney inside of row number 3 in the 714. Dylan Kidwell in car 494. And the 88J of Jeff Blackwood. There you go. 7 cars, 8 laps. Kiddos, ticket number 4. Kiddos, ticket number 4. If your ticket ends in a 4, you need to make your way down, ending in 4. Here we go, making their way around. Green flag. We're racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Votaw side by side down on the bottom. Mike Land in the 580 onto the back straightaway. Here we go. They continue to stay side by side. 494, Dylan Kidwell going way down to the inside there. Willie Dean kind of crowds him just a little bit. Votaw up on the top side. Votaw, the lead momentarily going down into turn number 1. Behind him is Land. I'm going to get that one wrong throughout the night, guys. Here's Land going down to the bottom. Land to the quarter panel once again, trying to get the drive inches apart out of turn 4. Votaw able to hold on. He will flash by once again up at the front of the pack. Ooh, they stumble. They touch there in turn number 2, but able to hold on. And the race behind them, William Dean in car 45, Dylan Kidwell, car number 494. 4 cars trying to separate themselves from the pack. Here's Mike Land going down to the inside. Caution flag on the racetrack. Caution flag on the racetrack on lap number 2. Yellow flag displayed. Looks like we've got debris sitting on the back straightaway, and it is right in the racing groove. As you see where the A is in Speedway, you're going to see the track safety crew making their way right up to that. Down at the bottom of the racetrack, and right there between the A and the Y is your debris. Really nice battle shaping up. Votaw will try to get away from the pack as he's able to wrestle that lead away from Mike Land in the 580. Waco restart coming up as we flash the lights at him. Inside of row number 2, Mike Land on the outside. William Dean. Green flag from David Sisk, and we are racing in heat race number 2 for your factory stocks. Votaw out of turn number 2. Back straight away they go. 494 to the inside. Battle for third. That's Dylan Kidwell. William Dean right there as they race in the middle portion of the Speedway. To the back straightaway they go. A little bit of smoke trailing out of one of those cars. Side by side behind them, the 62 car of Pruitt and Blackwell. Here's Pruitt going to try to cross it down to the bottom and try to take that spot. That's a battle for 5th. Here's the 494 going way up to the top. Kidwell loses lots of momentum. You got smoke pouring out of the 94. Right front corner's boogered up on that car. He will go off the racetrack. Mike Land's going to take the advantage, and does he ever take that advantage? Onto the back straightaway he goes. Mike Land leads by 7 car lengths. He'll bring the field around for lap number 5. It's Land, William Dean, the 494 of Dylan Kidwell, and now Jeff Blackwell in car number 88J. 3 cars all sandwiched together. Here's 494 down to the inside. Kidwell to the inside. Willie Dean up to the top side. Blackwell going to try to crank it down to the bottom as well. 2 sticks in the air that time by. Second spot is the hot spot on the racetrack. Kidwell in the 494. Here's William Dean back down to the bottom. Look at that big old Detroit steel right there. The 45 of Dean. He's going to bring Blackwell with him. My goodness, nice move right there from the 45. White flag in the air. One more time around for Mike Land. William Dean in the 445. Jeff Blackwell holding on in the 88J. Another car off the racetrack. Onto the back straightaway they go. Here's Blackwell down to the inside. The brand new, smooth looking white number 88. Slide job to the bottom. William Dean will come home second. Blackwell will come home third. They all chase Mike Land across the start-finish line. Heat race number 2 for your factory stocks in the books, and it is the 580 of Mike Land. Kiddos, if your ticket ends in number 9, it is now your time to go get your Easter basket here from Heart of Texas Speedway, number 9. Heat race number 3 rolling out onto the racetrack. Here's your starting lineup on the pole. Car number 92, it's Elliott Black on the outside. Car 47 of Shannon Dulock. Dulock in the 47. They'll make their way around. Lineup has changed up just a little bit on us. Want to make sure and get it right for you. Next on the inside, Rick Morosky in the 88M. On the outside, Nate Dixon, car number 10. Following row inside, Christopher Mercer in car number 17M. On the outside, it will be Nate Dixon in car number 10, and rounding out the pack, car 32M, Jeffrey Marchigue, as we are set to go. Heat race number 3 for your factory stocks. 3rd of 3. Green flag in the air. We are off and racing. Dulock up on the top side will take the point as they make their way around. Company behind him, Nate Dixon. Dixon trying to follow suit. Elliott Black down on the inside. They stack up behind him. Dulock in that ever-famous line that he runs, now sailing up to the top side. Here's Dixon coming down to the bottom. Lap number 1 in the books, and it is Shannon Dulock in car number 47, leading the pack onto the back straightaway. They go 1.5 car lengths, a little bit of a stack up behind him. Top 2 cars, they are the Easter Bunny getting away from the pack. Dulock leading by 0.4 of a second currently over Nate Dixon. Look at this action behind him. Elliott Black, Brian Johnson, Rick Morosky. 3 cars right there, all in a bundle. Throw a blanket over them. Out of corner number 4 they come. Big time shot right there. Morosky all over the back bumper of Brian Johnson. That's a side-by-side battle. The 92 of Black. Johnson, here's Morosky going down to the bottom. Lead battle really starting to heat up as that 3-wide battle goes into turn number 1. You've got Dixon in the 10, now hot on the tracks of the number 47 of Shannon Dulock. Dulock trying to hang on into turn number 1. Now Dixon trying to follow that line that Shannon Dulock has been laying down here around the racetrack, continuing to watch that 2.5 line really start to work itself in. Dixon hanging on right there, but Dulock continues to hang on as he leads by 0.2 of a second. We are past the halfway point here in factory stock heat race number 3 at Heart of Texas Speedway here tonight. Modifieds running for $1,000 in their feature event tonight. 2 sticks in the air, 2 more times around. Shannon Dulock continues to hold on. Nate Dixon in car number 10. Onto the back straightaway they go. It's 0.4 of a second now, or at least it was the last time by. Dixon trying to get the drive. Dulock hanging on right there in that 3rd line. White flag in the air 1 more time around. Shannon Dulock trying to continue a great season here in 2022 at Heart of Texas Speedway in the factory stocks. He's about 2 turns away from a heat race win. David Sisk will throw that checkered flag right there. Dulock and Dixon will run a 1 and 2. Well, we still got some action happening behind him. Here's Elliott Black hanging on. Rick Morosky in the 88. These guys are going to race this thing out to the checkered flag. It'll be Black and Morosky wrapping it up here in heat race number 3 for your factory stocks. Kiddos, if your ticket ends in 0, your turn to make your way down. Grab your Easter basket over at the Hall of Fame. If your ticket ends in 0, kiddos. B main out onto the racetrack for your Lone Star Dwarf cars. Lap B main, 17 cars, top 12 will transfer. Row 1, Burt Booth in the 151, Tony DeGeorge on the outside, car 35, Tommy Mock and Jason Rivas, row number 2. Row 3, Carl Davis, Eric Anker, row number 4, Tatum Bell and Brady Ricks. Row number 5, Landon Falkenberg and Blaze Payne. Row 6, Brian Falkenberg and Billy White. Row 7, inside, Tanya McAfee, Greg Payne on the outside. Row 8, James Kane, Emily Lowe on the outside, and Chance Hull set to go in car 45. Top 12 transfer to the A feature coming up. Green flag in the air. We are B main racing with the Lone Star Dwarf cars. Booth now 3 wide down into the corner, slicing through the middle is DeGeorge. DeGeorge will take the top spot as they go down into the corner. Here they come making their way around. This will be lap number 1, 11 laps to go. DeGeorge in car number 35. Jason Rivas will slide into the 2nd spot, followed by Booth, Anker, Carl Davis. That is your top 5. Side-by-side battle for the lead. Rivas up on the top side. DeGeorge down on the bottom. 1st place battle up to the top. Nice job up on the top side. Top shelf driving for Jason Rivas, and he will go to the top spot. DeGeorge hanging on there in the 2nd spot. Stacking it up back there around the transfer spots. Really starting to see all of that happen back there. Tatum Bell, Brady Ricks, Greg Payne. These guys are locking it all down. Billy White, Tanya McAfee. James Kane is on the cutoff line as we run right now. James Kane in the 70J is currently the 12th place car. Trying to hang on right there as they make their way out of corner number 4. Really starting to stretch this out. Leaders motoring away from the pack. But all of the action is happening right here at the transfer spot. Back there with Ricks, White, McAfee, Kane, and Payne. 22 car that you see right there. That is your 12th place running car as they run right now. Spin up in the middle of the pack, sitting in corner number 4. Caution flag will wave, so that right there for Brian Falkenberg is going to be some really nice luck, because now Falkenberg is going to transfer into that 12th spot as the 8 car goes around. The 8T had been running in a transfer spot. And as that happens, will now fall out of a transfer spot and will not transfer because heading down to the pits. Kiddos, ticket number 6. If your ticket ends in number 6, kiddos, your ticket ends in number 6. Your time to make your way down. Ticket ending in number 6. So we're going to continue to watch this battle back there from 7th on back to 12. It's been Ricks, McAfee, Kane, White, Payne, and now Falkenberg, Brian Falkenberg, who's going to settle into the 12th spot, into that final transfer spot. We got 5 down out of 12 as we show them one this time by. Waco restart for Jason Rivas. Rivas does it the good old-fashioned smooth way to get up to the front of the pack as he works up on the top side and gets himself to the top of the pack. So as we run right now, 14 cars still on the racetrack. So right now, 2 will go home with what we have left. Here's Rivas out on the point. DeGeorge, Booth, Anchor, Davis, and Payne, your top 6. David Sisk dropping the hammer. Green flag. Rivas stands on the gas and smashes into turn number 1. 3-wide battle happening right there behind him. You saw Burt Booth go down to the bottom. And now here they come making their way around. DeGeorge down on the bottom, Booth up on the top side. This time by, you got to spin over in turn number 2 or turn number 3. Cross flags, we're halfway home that time by. You got one sitting up at the top. Car number 2 able to get it running, getting down to the inside. We stay clean and green. Here come your leaders making their way around turn number 4. Rivas, DeGeorge, and the 151 of Booth. Carl Davis sitting down at the bottom of the racetrack. He rides in 4th. Eric Anchor is your 5th place car onto the back straightaway. Here's DeGeorge down to the bottom. Burt Booth in the 151 running up on the top side. Lap number 8. Jason Rivas continues to hold on. The 191 or 151 of Burt Booth will go to the 2nd spot. Caution flag. 4-car melee over at turn number 4. You got 4 of them in a mess right there. And that might end this B main right there if those 4 cars are not able to continue. 22 car had been in a transfer spot, Greg Payne. So he's sitting up at the top, and then that is the only car that looks to be even attempting to move. And you got one pointing up towards the field. You got a couple of them butt to butt right there. 8 laps complete, so we officially 4 laps to go. And you still got 3 of them stopped. And 1 car will go off the track. Car number 2, Blaze Payne, will go off the racetrack. So we're continuing to eliminate cars as this happens. There goes the 22X car. So Greg Payne will go off the racetrack. So both Paynes are off the racetrack. So we've got 10 that are actively moving here at the moment. Remember, the top 12 we're going to transfer. So you got 10 moving. You got 1 moving over at turn number 3. It looks like Tatum Bell in the 8T is actually able to move. Let's see. Checking the front end, checking the suspension right there to make sure all of that is still working. Kiddos, anybody that has not gotten an Easter basket, any kiddo that has not gotten an Easter basket from your ticket, make your way down over to the Hall of Fame. Anyone that has not gotten an Easter basket with one of those tickets, make your way down to the Hall of Fame and grab yourself an Easter basket courtesy of a lot of fine folks, drivers, race teams, track officials, and great folks right here, making it a very special Easter for the kiddos right here as we do each and every year at the world-famous Heart of Texas Speedway. As we say, where champions race and legends are born. And we love the kiddos right here at Heart of Texas Speedway. So we've got a few moving. We've got one that looks like is going to need some help up on the top side. So I've got 10. I've got 10 that are moving. So Tatum Bell Very fortunate right there that he was able to get that car moving. So it looks like what will happen here is we will go back to the last completed lap with the cars that are running. These 10 cars are going to transfer right here into the main event right there. Jason Rivas, followed by the 151 of Burt Booth, Tony DeGeorge, Carl Davis, Eric Anker, Brady Ricks. And the rest of the pack right there, all of those cars should officially transfer into the main event. Still a couple of spots to go. So I don't know if any of these cars will be able to get going and transfer into that main event, but the Lone Star Dwarf car officials will figure that part out. B-main action right there with your Lone Star Dwarf cars here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. And race fans, it is time for intermission. Intermission time here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Make your way downstairs. Maybe a little pause for the cause. Maybe a little potty break. Something warm to eat. Something cool to drink on a beautiful night for racing your Easter weekend. We're glad you're with us. Whether you're checking in live here or if you are on All Access. 10-minute intermission coming up here at Heart of Texas Speedway.
All right, friends, we actually do have 2 more Easter baskets, a couple of special Easter baskets that we want to give away, but we have some special provisions with these, and these were donated by the Fontenot family that are donating those, and Chaplain Jim has them right here. And Jim, so what do we need? We need a 1-year-old girl and a 2-year-old boy. 1-year-old girl and a 2-year-old boy is what we're looking for. And these are courtesy of the Fontenot family. 1-year-old girl and a 2-year-old boy. 1-year-old girl, 2-year-old boy is what we're looking for. I think I see them. Is that, yeah, there it is right there. We got them right there. Awesome, I love it. Yeah, absolutely. All right, here we go. All right. What are these beauties' names?
This is Huntley.
Huntley and
Layton.
Layton. I love it. I love it. Big round of applause, and thank you to the Fontenot family for special donation for those kiddos right there. I love it. Thank you, Jim. Really cool, sir. Really cool, sir. You bet. All right, guys, intermission. You still got about 8 minutes or so to go. We'll come back with feature race action. Easter weekend, Heart of Texas Speedway.
Confusion and impossible dreams. Days at the mirror, patching up
Race fans, don't forget, coming up next Friday night, we do this every Friday night right here under the Friday Night Lights at Heart of Texas Speedway. Touring Outlaw Modified Series will make their way here to Heart of Texas Speedway. That will be another beautiful show. Touring Outlaw Modifieds here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Looking forward to seeing the Tom Series make their way out. Same schedule, gates at 6. We race at 8 o'clock. Additional information throughout the week on Facebook at Hot Speedway and, of course, at hotspeedway.com. Come check out the Tom's Tour. Touring Outlaw Modified Series next Friday night. Under the Friday Night Lights right here at the world-famous Heart of Texas Speedway. Make your way down to the souvenir stand, race fans. Brand new shirts, brand new hoodies for sale right there. And of course, next time you make your way down to the beer barn, get yourself one of those famous Heart of Texas Speedway koozies. Shirts, hoodies, koozies, all of that down there for you. Koozies at the beer stand. Shirts and hoodies over at the souvenir stand. Official merchandise of Heart of Texas Speedway. IMCA's Southern Sport Mods will be your first feature race as we are getting them in the chute and we'll roll them out. Modifieds racing for $1,000 to win tonight. Outlaw Street Stock, King of the Hill at the conclusion of it. Great night of action as we get ready to commence our main event. Thank you all for being here with us. Glad you're spending part of your Easter weekend under the Friday Night Lights with us here at Hot. All right, friends, it's main event time here at Heart of Texas Speedway, Easter weekend. Let's get down to business. Let's pay some money. Here they come. IMCA Southern Sport Mods to get us started. It's going to be fun. I ain't going to lie to you, friends. I am not going to lie to you. Row number 1 in the 601. It's a big nasty out of Robinson, Trevor Cogburn. On the outside in car number 5X out of Kaufman. That is Michael Dabney. Row 2 inside out of Gatesville, Sid the Kid Kiffin. Car 58 on the outside, the youngster out of Lorena. Car 3, it's Corbin Willett. Row 3 on the inside, one of the invaders out of beautiful Buda, Texas. It's my man Robert Stewart on the outside out of Italy, not the country, Italy, Texas. It's set to be the 7MK. I don't know if he's going to make it. That car looked, had a fire under it, so we'll see what happens there. Next row on the inside out of Robinson, Texas, it is my man Brandon Guerin in car number 12. On the outside out of Axtell, car 88, Austin Moore. Position number 9 inside the 21 Tia Taylor Florio out of Coppers Cove. On the outside out of Elton, the 9M of Pat McGuire. Position 11. Inside of that row, out of Burleson, the 116 of Damon Hammond. Out of Bartlett on the outside, it's James Keeley, car number 51. Position 13, out of Lorena, car number 19, John Rodriguez. And rounding out the pack, out of Temple, car number 91, Jack Lewis. Lewis aboard car number 91. We're ready to rock and roll. IMCA Southern Sport Mods kicking off our Easter weekend main event action here at the world famous Heart at Texas Speedway. Fun features, guys, fun features. We're showing them one right now as they make their way by in front of you. 15-lap main event for the Sport Mods, and we are locked and loaded and ready to go. Let's go feature race action. Cogburn and Dabney. Lights are out around the racetrack. David Sis says, let's go, boys and girls. Green flag, we're racing. Into turn number 1 they go. Dabney up on the top side. Cogburn, Kiffin, look at Willett up on the top side. Robert Stewart right there. Wilkins in the 7MK down into the corner they go. Don't see any smoke out of the back of that car. Sid the Kid Kiffin down to the bottom, or slides up in front of the side-by-side battle right there. Stewart down on the bottom. Cogburn in the 601 to the back straightaway they go. Great start to this race, and they'll sail it down up into the corner. Michael Dabney up on the top side. He got one out of shape, but we will continue to roll. That's Brandon Guerin. Brandon Guerin down at the bottom of the racetrack. Hopefully he's going to be able to get that started. He will not be able to get that started. And the caution flag will wave, so some early heartbreak right there for Brandon Guerin. That's one of your top point guys. Guerin at the bottom of the racetrack, but Michael Dabney with a great start on the hole shot. And motoring away from the pack, Sid the Kid Kiffin sitting in the second spot. In car number 58, trying to go back-to-back. Robert Stewart, one of the guys from Cotton Bowl, making the haul in all the way from Buda. Racing with us here tonight, Kyle Wilkins and the 601 of Trevor Cogburn. That is your top 5 as we run with 2 laps complete here in your IMCA Southern Sport Mods. So now we're going to bunch them all up and try it once again. As we get set to go, you've got a lot of big-time players running a little bit further in the pack right there. You got Willett into 3, Austin Moore, Pat McGuire, Taylor Florio, Damon Hammond. You've got all of those drivers sitting in a bunch right there. Waco restart coming up right here. Texas two-step Waco restart. There is your Waco 9:49 p.m. train as we give them a wave if you are here at the racetrack. They'll give us a nice little honk, as do the rigs out on 35 before we start. One of the coolest things about coming here, man, this is a pretty quaint little ambiance that you get right here. If you haven't made your way out to Heart of Texas Speedway, if you're checking in on All Access, you need to get yourself here at least one time. Here we are, set, locked and loaded, ready to go. Michael Dabney up on the point. Stewart and Kiffin. Green flag, we're racing. 2 laps complete. in this 15-lap main event. Into turn number 1 they go. Dabney up on the top side. Stewart going wheel to wheel with Kiffin. A little bit of didn't get the grip. Here's Wilkins going down to the bottom. Austin Moore, Trevor Cockburn way up to the top side. Around goes the 32. Contact. Pat McGuire. Taylor Florio. And McGuire continuing to drive into the back of the 32. Onto the back straightaway they go. It is Dabney. Dabney holding on right there. They did get a lap in, but the caution flag waves as that melee happens into that corner right there, right up at the front of the pack. It involves Robert Stewart, Pat McGuire, and Taylor Florio. So the caution flag waves. It was Stewart. Looked like he may have had a little bit of a wiggle on the back straightaways. He had a really nice restart. And as all that happens right there, the 32 car goes around. Nowhere to go for McGuire or for the 21T of Taylor Florio, and McGuire's out of the car. He goes over and has a quick word right there with the driver of the 32. And it looks like the 9M of McGuire will maybe need some assistance. It looks like the hook was over possibly, but now the hook going the other direction. Another good start right there for Michael Dabney aboard the 5X, but the action was all right there behind him. Stewart had a really nice restart right there as well as he was going with Kiffin. And as all this happens, it's allowed Kyle Wilkins in the 7MK to now put himself on the inside of row number 2. Austin Moore, Trevor Cockburn, Damon Hammond, Austin Willett, Brandon Guerin, John Rodriguez, Taylor Florio. And the 91 car of Jack Lewis is what we have on the racetrack as track safety crew, wreckers continue to attend to the McGuire car and the Stewart car. It looks like the Stewart car definitely going off on the hook, as you can see that one already up in the air. Again, next Friday night right here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Outlaw Modified Series, the Tom Series will be here. That'll be a great show. We'd love to see you back out here. Gates open at 6. Racing action at 8 o'clock. As always, if you can't get to the racetrack, raceontexas.com, all access. That is your spot right there, $39.99. Be sure, if you are referring people that can't get to the racetrack, that when they sign up for that all access, be sure to mention Heart of Texas Speedway as your racetrack of choice. Half of that monthly subscription there from Race on Texas and the All Access Pass coming right back here to the racetrack. A really nice program put together there by Chris David, all the great folks with a Race on Texas. Still working down over at turn number 1. Lone Star Dwarf cars getting set to go here in about a race. Next, stock cars, then the dwarf cars. $1,000 on the line for the modifieds, and we got a really good field of modifieds here tonight. We got some heavy hitters that have made their way here to the racetrack tonight. And again, $1,000 tonight for the modifieds. However, remember, on a regular race night, it's $750 to win for your IMCA modified. That is one of the strongest purses that you're going to find right here in this region. The 9M of Pat McGuire right here in front of the grandstands as he makes his way on the hook of the Good Towing and Recovery safety vehicle. So there is the veteran, the 9M of Pat McGuire. And here is Stewart in the 32. It looks like he is actually going to get back into the race. So he'll make his way back in as we get those cars apart, and he'll move ahead right there of Jack Lewis. And still waiting on a couple of recovery vehicles over at turns number 3 and 4. And this time by, David Sisk up in the birdcage. We'll show him one as we do a Texas two-step Waco restart up on the point. Car number 5X. It is Michael Dabney inside of row number 2. The 7MK of Kyle Wilkins on the outside. Sid the Kid Kiffin. Austin Moore and the Big Nasty Trevor Cogburn up on the outside. Damon Hammond and Corbin Willett. Lights are out. Green flag is in the air. Green lights are on. Let's go racing. Sport Mods. 3 laps complete. Dabney into turn number 1. Michael Dabney. Wilkins running in the second spot. Austin Moore down to the inside. Sid the Kid Kiffin side by side into the corner they go. Kiffin trying to hold on. Austin Moore, a lot of drive down at the bottom of the racetrack. That group now finally working itself in. 3 wide out of the corner. Here's Brandon Guerin all the way back up to the 5th spot. Damon Hammond up on the top side. Back straightaway they go. That is the hot spot on the racetrack. Second all the way back to about 8th spot. Around goes the 601 of Cogburn. Up over the hill goes Willett in car number 3. 5 laps complete. Here is caution flag number 3. Waving over to the racetrack, the 601 of Cogburn spins around right there at the entrance of turn number 3. As he spins around, Corbin Willett up on the top side just sails right up over the hill in turn number 4. Manages to still stay right there just off of the cushion. So Michael Dabney's got to be thinking, what do I have to do to get this race to stay green? Because I'm checking out from the pack each and every time. But I'm getting yellow flag after yellow flag. 5 laps complete, still 10 to go here in this 15-lap main event for your IMCA Southern Sport Mods tonight in Waco. Very clean heat races that we saw in every division. I think we had maybe a total of 3 very fast yellow flags throughout that heat race competition. But we are off to a pretty rough start here with the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Already 3 cautions in with just this 1 race. Dabney continuing to hold the point in the 5X. Wilkins making his way up to the 2nd spot. Austin Moore with a very nice restart, working that bottom to middle part of the racetrack, able to make the pass on Sid the Kid Kiffin, but possibly the drive of the race here early on is Brandon Guerin in car number 12. Early race problems right there, but he has now found his way all the way to the 6th spot, and he will start on the outside of row number 3, and it looks like it will be curtains for Willett into 3, as he will need the hook to get out of that mess over at the top of turn number 4. Attrition starting to set in here in this feature race. Stewart has gone off of the racetrack. 10 cars is what we have on the racetrack. We started 14. Willett's getting a push over there. Let's see if that 3 car is going to fire. As we start to gather the field back in and get them back in formation once again. Texas two-step Waco restart. Michael Dabney on the point in car number 5X. Kyle Wilkins inside of row number 2. Austin Moore on the outside. We're flashing the lights at him right now. 5 laps complete here near IMCA Southern Sport Mods. We are ready to rock and roll once again. Here they come around. Lights are out around the speedway. David Sisk drops the hammer. Green and Cohen, we're racing. 1.5 car lengths into turn number 1. Michael Dabney. Wilkins on the gas. Austin Moore up on the top side. Here comes Damon Hammond in car number 116. He'll go right to the back bumper of Brandon Guerin. Sid the Kid Kiffin down at the bottom of the racetrack. They fan it out of corner number 4. Down the front straightaway once again into turn number 1. Off we go. Onto the backstretch. Dabney, he'll open it up. 4.5 car lengths into the corner. Wilkins down on the bottom. Here comes Austin Moore. Sid the Kid Kiffin trying to hang on down on the bottom. Brandon Guerin rounding out the top 5 in car number 12. Back straightaway we go. Dabney, just another great push into the corner once again. He's up on the cushion. Here he comes making his way down the front straightaway. He will lead that time by 0.6 of a second. The action happening behind him. Kyan Wilkins, Austin Moore, Sid Kiffin, and the car number 12 of Brandon Guerin into the 6th spot is now Taylor Florio. Damon Hammond hanging on right there in car number 116. single file all the way around the racetrack, running inches apart. Austin Moore now begins to put the heat on the 7MK of Wilkins, way up at the top, riding the cushion, just barely dropping that right rear. Off of the backside right there is the 5KX of Michael Dabney. What a drive. Now stretching that lead out. It's 1 second for car number 5X along the front straightaway. Battle heating up for second. Kyle Wilkins trying to hang on. Here comes Austin Moore. Here's Sid the Kid Kiffin down to the bottom, slinging it down to the bottom. Car number 12, Brandon Guerin. This is your battle for third, fourth, and fifth as they make their way inside a lap marker right there. Car number 91 checking out from the pack. Third place. Here comes Kiffin. Guerin working down on the bottom, digging down at the bottom of the racetrack. Austin Moore, side-by-side battle for the fifth spot. Guerin running down at the bottom. 2 sticks in the air this time by Michael Dabney, Wilkins, Kiffin, Guerin, Moore. That is your top 5. Knocking on the door of the top 5. Car number 21T, Taylor Florio. On to the back straightaway we go. This time by white flag in the air. Quarter of a mile to go into turn number 1. It is the 5 of Michael Dabney, Wilkins, Kiffin. Now Guerin trying to make a last lap push right here. This is your battle for third. Into turn number 3, out of turn number 4. Your winner, Michael Dabney, Kyle Wilkins, Sid Kiffin, Brandon Guerin, and Austin Moore rounding out your top 5. IMCA Southern Sport Mod action here at Heart of Texas Speedway.
IMCA stock cars rolling out onto the back straightaway for their feature race coming up. But right now we are in O'Reilly Auto Parts Victory Lane. What a drive right here by this dude in the 5X. Takes off from the start and he does not look back, and here he is once again parking it in Victory Lane here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway on Easter weekend as he gets ready to dive out of that race car. Out of the race car, he can hear you. Michael Dabney is your winner here tonight in the IMCA Southern Sport Mods at Heart of Texas Speedway as he makes his way around. Michael, I got to tell you, my man, you took off and you were in a line that nobody, it didn't matter what they did, they were not going to do anything with this car tonight.
Well, I had prime motivation. I listened to that some talk show this week saying they'd meet Brandon Guerin in Victory Lane, so I had to prove you wrong there this week. So, man, I can't thank everybody enough that helps out with this. RaceCondo.com, Lakeside Ice, Lefty's Mobile Detailings, Urian Race Fuels, Speed Secrets, my girl Hope, James and Erica, Chad. Appreciate all you guys, man. Matt, y'all get me where I am, and I appreciate all y'all.
Absolutely. There he is. Michael Dabney is your winner here tonight in your IMCA Southern Sport Mods.
Stock cars on the racetrack. feature race action. Your starting lineup. On the pole, out of Palmer, car number 5H, that's Lance Hansen Jr. On the outside, out of Killeen, Justin Wairinga. Next row down on the inside, Travis Norman. Jason Batt on the outside, out of Harker Heights. Grand Prairie's Cameron Cook. Doug Lorenz out of Killeen. Position 7 out of Buda, Raymond McSpadden. On the outside, out of Compers Cove, it's Alan Essenberg. Next row down on the inside, David Gooch Sr. out of Compers Cove. J.O.B. Joe O'Brien out of Taylor on the outside. Thomas Hall Jr. on the inside out of Waco. Andy Roller out of Waco on the outside out of Bonham. Shelby Williams on the outside out of Riesel. It's Zach Terry. Dustin Mooney in the M5 out of Forney. Damon Hammond out of Burleson on the outside. Position number 17, shotgun on the field. Set to go in the 20T. Is Thomas Hall out of Waco. We're showing them one right here, friends. We're showing them one this time by. Stock cars getting set to go for 20 laps here in main event number 2 of Easter weekend at Heart of Texas Speedway. Lance Hansen Jr. looked awful strong in that heat race. Here he is in the catbird seat as we get set to go, but he's got a lot of good ones behind him. We're ready to go. Green and going. We're racing here at Heart of Texas. Turn number 1, half a car length into the corner we go. Wairinga trying to dig it up on the top side. Travis Norman. Look at the battle happening behind him. It is Lance Hansen Jr. in the 5H. Big time move right there. Wairinga up the track. Can't slide job down to the bottom because Jason Batt in the 9 sets his car right there. Gaggle of cars down into the corner. Travis Norman, Doug Lorenz, Cameron Cook, Raymond McSpadden down to the bottom in car number 48R. And here we go. Joe O'Brien, Alan Essenberg, David Gooch Sr., Hall, little contact up at the front. Able to hold on is Jason Batt. Side by side, Wairinga, car number 22, the 5R. Of 5H of Lance Hansen Jr. Here we go, jogging down into the corner once again. What a battle we're seeing around, and they bottleneck it down there. Wairinga spins around. Travis Norman, Cameron Cook. You've got about 6 cars that come to a stop. As it's a big move going down into the corner right there, and we were watching the 22 car was really making some deep pushes into the corner. And as that happened, he goes around. And that causes all the melee behind him. And it looks like probably the one that's going to be the worst for the wear out of all of that is going to be the 11 car of Cameron Cook. As you can see there, he's got the right front of that nose punted in. The 11 car is actually off and rolling. 20T car is rolling a Thomas Hall, but here is Cameron Cook. It looks like that is probably all cosmetic. That is probably all cosmetic damage right there. But he will go to the pits, probably going to take the hot pits approach right there. As they're going to take a look at the front of that, only he will know. I don't know what that right front suspension might look like. Couldn't really tell if that car was towed out any more than it should be. But off to the pits he goes. And one of our early favorites, one of the guys that we knew was going to be a contender, Cameron Cook, out of the race, or at least at this point in the pits. Early on with 2 laps complete out of 20. So 18 laps remaining with a very strong move by Jason Batt, able to get himself up to the front of the pack. And really neat watching Jason Batt using up a lot of racetrack. And here's Cameron Cook. Cameron Cook is off and rolling. It looks like that crew is giving that car a look. They've gone in, they pulled the hood off of that thing. They said, get back out there. No, actually they didn't pull the hood off. They just took a look under there. They said, get back out there. It looks like everything is squared away right there. However, he will go to the back of the pack. Here is Raymond McSpadden in the 48R. He's stopped right here in front of us. Quick discussion there with track officials. Jason Batt, car number 9, is your race leader with 2 laps complete. McSpadden in the 48R. Here's Batt going back up to the front of the pack. Oh, you stack them up. Full field of IMCA stock cars here tonight. 123 cars in the pits tonight. on Easter weekend at Heart of Texas Speedway. How about that for some Friday night lights? 123 cars in the pits. That is a great night at the races. And a big shout out, Selby Holder and all of the crew right here at Heart of Texas Speedway for the job that they continue to do each and every week. Showing them one right here. Jason Batt up on the point, car number 9. Raymond McSpadden inside of row number 2. Lance Hansen Jr. on the outside in the 5/8. Travis Norman, Doug Lorenz, Joe O'Brien, Alan Essenberg, David Gooch Sr. Rest of the pack stacking it up behind him. Yellow light goes off right now. The field in the hands of Jason Batt. He's going to turn up the wick whenever he is ready to go. He'll do it right now from the top of the racetrack. Green flag, we're racing once again. Jason Batt, great drive out of turn number 4. Into the corner they go. McSpadden sails up. Contact Lorenz, and they pile it up once again. Around Norman, Joe O'Brien, the 82 Carl Williams, Andy Roller. You've got a mess over at turn number 2. As all of that happens right there on a restart, you had the field all in tow. And the caution flag, it looks like Norman will be off and rolling, but Joe O'Brien, I could tell as that car spun around, it looked like there may be some major damage to the front end of that machine. Andy Roller as well in car number 63. He was caught up in that. He's motoring around very slowly here at turn number 1. And just another great restart by Jason Batt. Diamonds that car off of turn number 3. Down into 4. It just jettisons away from the pack, and all the action was happening right there behind him. Lorenz will now sit on the inside of row number 2. Lance Hansen Jr. up on the outside. Essenberg on the inside of row number 3, and the 114 methodically working through the field through all of the carnage is Thomas Hall Jr. Here's Raymond McSpadden. As it looks like Ray will join the pack at the back as part of that. Andy Roller and Travis Norman will go with him. O'Brien will be the one that suffers the worst. He's got a lot of damage to the right front fender. The nose piece appears to be broken off pretty nicely there. Can't really tell if you've got suspension stuff there, but the end of the night for J.O.B. as he will go off of the racetrack. Now the field over at turn number 3 as race control will work to get everybody back in line, go back to the last completed lap, only 2 laps complete here in your IMCA stock car feature race. Started with 17 race cars here in this one. And this race starting out a lot like what we saw in the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. We had 3 quick caution flags, and we've had a couple right here with the stock cars. So hopefully this is going to smooth itself out and we get into a better groove here as we work off of this caution. So here's Batt back up to the point. We're going to roll that green flag up, and it looks like we're going to show it to him. Maybe not this time. Jason Batt, Doug Lorenz, Lance Hansen Jr., Alan Essenberg. Now David Gooch Sr. to the outside. Cameron Cook, Thomas Hall Jr. And now I think we have everybody where we want them. Dustin Mooney sitting on the outside right there. Showing him one right there, showing him one. Field in line, ready to rock and roll. 2 laps complete out of 20. 18 laps remaining here for your IMCA stock cars tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Jason Batt will guide the field into corner number 3. Quick standing on the gas, and we are racing once again. 3 wide, Lorenz down to the bottom. Lance Hansen up on the top side. Into turn number 1. Great drive off of the corner. Jason Batt side by side is the battle for second at the quarter panel. It's Doug Lorenz. Here's Hansen up on the top side. Doug Lorenz will dig it down on the bottom. Great drive for the 97. They stack it up behind him. Alan Essenberg down on the bottom. David Gooch Sr. on the top side. Thomas Hall Jr., Dustin Mooney, car number 21, and Cameron Cook has made his way back into this race as well. Here's Wyringa, and now McSpadden working down at the bottom, getting racy up at the front of the pack. Jason Batt trying to hang on, trying to drive off of the corner, trying to go down to the bottom of the racetrack. Here's Lance Hansen Jr. in the 5/8. Big move down to the bottom. Side by side out of turn number 4. Batt will sail up the racetrack. Hansen down at the bottom. Batt hanging on right there. Doug Lorenz down at the bottom. 3 of the best right here in the stock cars. Head hard at Texas Speedway. Down to the bottom of the racetrack. Way up on the cushion is Jason Batt. Lance Hansen Jr. trying to make it stick. Momentum is the key. Up to the top side. Jason Batt working on the top side. How about this car number 9? This dude putting it way up on the top shelf. Down at the bottom. Bottom feeding just a little bit right there. Nice and smooth off of the corner. Past the start-finish line. Jason Batt as they work lap number 8. Jason Batt will sling it off of the corner. He'll take 1 car length in the corner number 3. Here's Hansen down to the bottom. Hansen, a little bit of a stumble right there. That's going to give Jason Batt a car length and a half into turn number 1. Lorenz now settles back. 2 cars trying to break away from the pack. David Gooch Sr. rides in third. The 21 of Dustin Mooney. Cameron Cook, that is your top 6. Top 2 cars. Jason Batt once again in that car, number 9. Lance Hansen Jr. in the 5/8. Next time by will be lap number 9. You've got 1 car length in between them, and it continues to be bad. Here's Hansen working down at the bottom. Lance trying to really get a drive down at the bottom, but all of that momentum up on the top side. Jason Batt is just wheeling that car and will not even anything that looks like a wiggle. Here's Hansen down on the bottom side. Hansen will try to make it stick once again. Too much up on the top side. This is lap number 12. We begin to work lap number 12, and the battle's starting to shape up behind him. Lorenz in the 97, Coon in the 13, the 21 of Dustin Mooney. A little bit of contact there on the back bumper, knocking on the door. Cameron Cook in the 11, now back up to the top of the racetrack. Watching car number 9, it is Jason Batt. Lance Hansen Jr. way to the top. He's going to lay that right rear on the cushion and bring it out of the corner. But that allows Jason Batt to take about a 0.2 of a second advantage in the corner number 1. Back straightaway they go. Now you're watching the 9 car. Jason Batt, he begins to separate this thing out. Here's Batt in car number 9, leading another lap. Lap number 14. 6 laps to go this time by for the race leader. Car number 9, Jason Batt. Oh my goodness. Lance Hansen beginning to slip back just a little bit. He's got it back down to 1/10 of a second. Batt out of turn 4. Another lap. 5 down, or 5 more to go. 5 to go that time by. Meanwhile, behind them, comfortably in third, Doug Lorenz, David Gooch Sr., Dustin Mooney, Cameron Cook. That's your top 5. They begin to get a little racing back there, but the action is right here at the front with Jason Batt working on the top side, just cruising up on the top side. Lap traffic in front of them. They're going to have to deal with this. This is lap number 17. 17 down. 3 to go this time by. And right in front of them, car number 84, Zach Terry. Terry up to the very top of the racetrack. Terry will park himself up at the top. Jason Batt slings it down to the bottom. Batt hasn't had to go down to the bottom. Now here comes the 5/8. 2 sticks in the air. 2 more times around. That time by. In car number 9. Making their way around the corner once again. White flag in the air. Jason Batt, Lance Hansen down to the bottom as they make their way around Andy Roller. You've got 1 car sitting in front of them. Side by side down into turn number 3. Contact. They touch going into the corner. Hansen's going to dig on the bottom. Batt up on the top side. At the line, Jason Batt. Lance Hansen Jr. will come home second. Doug Lorenz, David Good, and Dustin Mooney, your top 5.
I don't think that you could have asked for a better finish than what we just saw right there between those 2. What a battle to the line as car number 9, Jason Batt, able to hold on Lance Hansen Jr. goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. They race it out of the corner. And it is Bat that wins it tonight in your IMCA stock cars. O'Reilly Auto Parts victory lane. There's car number 9. Doesn't have that familiar paint job on that car, but I'll tell you what. This car will run anywhere where Jason Bat puts it. And getting ready to jump out of the race car. How about that right there? That was some kind of finish. Jason Batten, car number 9. He's fixing to jump out of this race car. Heart of Texas Speedway, you need to make a lot of noise right there because that was some kind of race. Here he comes. He hears you. He hears you. Got to get the cap. NASCAR over here. He's got to get his cap on. Jason Batten out of the race car tonight, everybody. Jason, man, I told the fans there was no way around the lap traffic. Dude, walk us through the last lap, man.
First off, hands down to Lance, man. Not everybody will race you that clean and know that you're faster through that corner. So, heck yeah, Lance, great race, and we got to talk a little bit before, so awesome. I want to take a little second here if you'll do me something and introduce you to somebody. At the end of last year, we lost my best friend, and this is his wife. This is Kirk Martin's wife, Wendy, right here. So I want to say thanks, Wendy. Thanks, Kirk, for the power plant in the hood this week. And I don't know, this is 2 for 2 on this track. I definitely don't like racing these kind of tracks, but we're working on it. Paisley, what do you think?
It's good.
It's good. I need to thank Underwood Trucking, Spillman Excavating, JP Dowell, Marcus Harcourt, Daphne, Vivian Paisley, what Kiwi make it down here too, Doug Lorenz. So I wouldn't be here without Doug Lorenz. You think about that. 20 years ago, I pitted for Doug Lorenz. So you think about that. Daphne's had a great heat race, so let's hope we continue that in the future. So thank you.
There he is, Jason Batten right there. It ain't going to get much better than that tonight.
Thanks.
Here come the dwarf cars, set to go. We remind you race fans throughout the night, please, as we are under caution, do not stand along that metal railing right there along the front side of the straightaway. That could end awful bad. We don't want any of that happening to you, so Feel free to stand there in between races, but do not do that as we are under green flag conditions. Here we go. Lone Star Dwarf cars. Showing them on this time by. I can very truthfully tell you that I will not get you this lineup before we're green. So I'll work on it here through the race as we get set to go. Dylan Payne up on the point in the 2K. Richard Brooker on the outside. Landon Bellows, Keith Lisher, Charles McAfee, Jeff Patterson, Yuri Tulchin, Wyatt Richardson, Tim Ellis, Skip Traylor, Troop Miller, Jason Lowe, and the rest of the pack will work on it as we go. Here they come around. It's green flag racing with the Lone Star Dwarf cars. Off we go. Great hole shot move there by Brooker. In the 51, they stack it up behind him. Brooker in that limey car number 51 up at the front of the pack as he'll take the field around. They go 4 wide behind him. Here comes lap number 1. Brooker is your race leader. Lisher, Payne, Patterson, Bellows, Richardson. That's your top 6. Onto the back straightaway, side-by-side battle. Jeff Patterson in car number 27P. That car was awful racy. Dominated his heat race. Then now he's trying to knock on the door for the second spot. 1 car off the track at turn number 4, but we stay clean and green. Here's Patterson down to the inside. 12 car up on the top side. That is Lisher. Lisher is there. Here comes Patterson in car number 27P. He'll go to the second spot. Your race leader up on the point is Brooker onto the back straightaway. Good battle happening back there for the 6th spot. Down on the inside, you got Richardson. Tolchin able to maneuver nicely back there in the 6th spot, but it's about to get racing up at the front of the pack. 51 car Brooker. Here's Patterson knocking on the back door. 3 car lengths going down into the corner. Lisher, Payne, Tolchin, and here comes Richardson. Oh, spin around in turn number 4. Let's see if everybody's going to be able to get through right there. You got 1 car sitting right in the middle of the pack. And that will draw the caution, and it was close quarters right there as you had that happening right up at the front of the pack as the leaders got together. Well, not the leaders, but you had 4th and 5th get together, and they spin around right in front of this pack. And these guys and ladies are carrying so much momentum and so much speed that it is time to hunker that thing down when you get into the corner right there. But the man on the move once again is Jeff Patterson in the 27P. Currently riding in the 2nd spot, as we talked about, dominating his heat race, but right now he is on the back bumper of the 51er, Richard Brooker. And we'll get set for a restart. So back to the last completed lap. So 16 laps to go. 4 laps complete here with your Lone Star Dwarf cars. Race control working on the lineup right there. You see some damage on that car as it makes its way down into the infield. 4 out of 20. Richard Brooker, car number 51. Jeff Patterson. Keith Lisher in the 12N. Dylan Payne rides in 4th. Yuri Tulchin in the 9S. These are the Lone Star Dwarf cars racing all around North Texas and here to Waco. As I mentioned earlier in the night, you've got the Lone Star Dwarf Car Series up north. You got the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas down south. Both very competitive Dwarf Car Series. And it looks like our lineup is correct, so we're showing them one right here. Showing them one this time by. Brooker, Patterson, Lisher, Payne, and Tolchin. That is your top 5 with 4 laps complete. Lights flashing right now. We get set to turn that off, and we will resume with green flag racing. 16 laps to go. Into the corner they go. Going to be a very slow restart right here. Here's Brooker on the gas now. Green and going, we're racing with the dwarf cars. Brooker into turn number 1. 27P of Patterson, the one off the track. Car number 9 down to the inside. But we stay clean and green. The field down into turn number 3. Up to the top side, Brooker. Patterson down to the bottom. Patterson, straight corner exit, and he will go to the front of the pack. Jeff Patterson in car number 27P, dominating his heat race, and now he leads here in the main event here for your Lone Star Dwarf cars. Lisher rides in the 3rd spot. Richardson and Bellows rounding out the top 5. Past the start-finish line once again. Lap number 6. Patterson up in the front. 0.8 of a second that time by for the driver of car number 27P. Good battle back there behind them. The 171 of Tim Ellis knifing his way through the field. Ellis now working down on the inside. Next in line for him will be Wyatt Richardson. Richardson in the 73X, who he himself is putting the heat on Lisher in the 12. Here's Ellis going down to the bottom. Tim Ellis, good drive off of the corner. Tim Ellis going to try to knock 2 of them off in one lap. Down to the inside of Lisher. 1 car off the track right there at the turn number 1. Onto the back straightaway we go. And now Tim Ellis finds himself on the podium riding in the 3rd spot. However, it is Patterson in the 27P hauling the mail. He is walking the dog, checking out from the pack. Next time by, it'll be halfway home. Halfway home next time he hits the stripe for the 27P. Getting into the back markers. Navigating his way around. Halfway home right there. 2nd place car number 51. Lisher rides in 3rd. The 73X of Wyatt Richardson. Jason Lowe now into the melee in car number 94. On to the back straightaway we go. 94 car making his way up to the back bumper. Watch Jason Lowe. Jason Lowe knocking on the back door of car number 73X into turn number 1. You've got a battle happening for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. It is the 2nd place car of Tim Ellis. Ellis rides 3.2 seconds behind your race leader, Jeff Patterson, in the car number 27P. But all kinds of company back there. Here's Lisher in the 12. Up to the top side, it's Brooker in car number 51. Now they're going to go to the top side. Way down to the bottom goes Lisher in the 12. Working lap number 14 to the outside of the 22X. Now they really begin to stack it up. Here's Lisher down at the bottom. 73X of Richardson up on the top side. Car number 51. That is Brooker. Brooker up on the top. Lisher there in the 12. The 73 of Richardson. Lots of tight quarters right there. Car number 94. Jason Lowe. Jason Lowe is there. Back straightaway they go. Tim Ellis has a little bit of breathing room, but he's got a long way to go to get to Jeff Patterson. We work lap number 16 here with the Lone Star Dwarf cars. Side by side is your battle to the inside. Richardson in the 73, the 12 car of Lisher. That is your battle for 3rd. They're able to make the pass on Brooker. Brooker sails it up to the top. Ellis working up on the cushion. They make their way around. Spin turn number 3. Let's see if that car will get righted. And it will not. It does, but the caution flag waves. Jeff Patterson was sitting on a 5-second advantage as they motored around the last time. Now with that caution flag, that evaporates. And they are going to stack it up behind him. Tim Ellis with a really, really nice run all the way up to the 2nd spot. Keith Lisher, Richard Brooker, Wyatt Richardson, and now Jason Lowe are having some kind of battle back there for 3rd all the way back to 6th. And now we're going to re-rack them and restack them, put them all back together once again with 4 laps to go here in the Lone Star Dwarf car main event. And this finish just got a tad bit more interesting. Patterson, the class of the field tonight. They're about to stack up. Right behind him, you got Bellows in car number 19, Troop Miller, car 15, Charles McAfee, Burt Booth rounding out the final, or rounding out the top 10, car number 151, with a Waco restart set to go. 16 laps complete, 4 to go for the Lone Star Dwarf cars. It says El Jefe up over the door right there, up on the roof line right there, and he has been El Jefe. He has been the man tonight. taking care of business in that heat race, quickly making his way to the front of the pack here in this feature. And as I mentioned, 5.142 seconds ahead that last time by before the caution flag comes out. But none of that matters, friends. None of that matters. So we got a restart coming up. We go back to the last completed lap, so officially 15 laps complete. Count them, 1-5. 5 laps remaining here for the Lone Star Dwarf cars. We get ready to set the Waco restart. Showing them one that time by, showing them one right there. Lisher down on the inside, car number 12. Tim Ellis up on the top side. 51 car of Richard Brooker. 73 of Wyatt Richardson. 5 laps to go. We got ourselves a little bit of a trophy dash coming up right here for the Dwarf cars. Jeff Patterson up on the point. He's going to go whenever he's ready. He's going right now. Green flag. 2.5 car lengths into turn number 1 for Jeff Patterson. They stack him up 4 wide behind him. A little bit of contact. Around goes Lisher. Up and over goes Lisher. The 73X also goes over. Wyatt Richardson, 2 cars as they sit back to back. A lazy flip and over goes the 12. My goodness. You get these cars together. 73X of Richardson still upside down. Lisher with a very lazy, slow flip. 73X about to go back over up on 4 wheels. And we'll get a report from race control on the drivers. We'll get a report on the drivers just as soon as possible. All of that contact right there, open wheel race cars. You clamber them into a corner like that. It is BTW for the last 5 laps. Report from race control, all drivers are good. All drivers are good, both of them on their lid. And I got to tell you guys, they are pint-sized, but every inch of safety that you see on a big car, on a modified, on a stock car, on a factory stock, it goes into one of these, and there you see it. Big-time action right there, but that will definitely shake up the top 5. You had Richardson or Lisher in the 12, running in the 3rd spot. The 5th place car was Wyatt Richardson in the 73X. Those 2 get tied up. We'll get them back in line and race it out. 5 laps remaining here with your Lone Star Dwarf cars.
So still working over on the backstretch right there with those 2 cars. Yellow caution flag condition, so we'll get those cars on the hook and get them off of the racetrack. All right, checking down there, my man Pastor Jim down there. Give him a wave, and down there he's got somebody pretty special. Say hello to Miss Catherine Ziegler down there. She is 9 years young today, everybody. 9 years young. Big round of applause right there. I love it. I love it. That is what it's all about right there.
So we've got a little bit of fuel over on the back straightaway, so it'll be a pretty quick cleanup right there as well. Get all of that taken care of. A little bit of steady dry right there with that race fuel as you had the two cars going up and over. So a little bit of fuel escaping, it looks like, from one of them. So track safety crew will take care of that. Jeff Patterson, your race leader in the 27P. A nice drive all the way up to the second spot for Tim Ellis in car number 171. Richard Brooker will now ride in the third spot. Car number 94, Jason Lowe, currently sitting in position number 4. Car 25, Charles McAlee will be scored 5th, I believe. So let's get them rolling. We're going to run the cars through there. Looks like we are about ready to go racing once again. All right, race fans, we got them where we need them, looks like. Actually just momentarily stepped into race control there for a second, and I heard the lineup being read off. 27P of Patterson up on the point. Does anybody have anything for that rocket ship here tonight? Tim Ellis, a really nice drive up to the runner-up spot. It's going to take something pretty special, though, to get by the 27P. One car stopped here on the front stretch. Looks like the 5M of Brady Ricks, so Ricks is going to need a little bit of a shove right there. Track safety crew quickly over to oblige. Waco restart, Texas two-step restart coming up once again. 15 laps complete. 20-lap main event for the Lone Star Dwarf Car Series. And it looks like the Ricks car not wanting to cooperate. Exactly with the plan right there. Tom's in town next week. Outlaw Modified Series here at Waco at Heart of Texas Speedway. Gates at 6, racing action at 8 o'clock. HotSpeedway.com on Facebook. Search Hot Speedway, additional information. Outlaw Modified Series right here on the Quarter Mile High Bank under the Friday night lights. And it looks like we are set to go. Jeff Patterson is your race leader in car number 27P. Lights flashing. We will be ready to rock and roll right now with 5 laps to go. 27P on the point. Dragging the field around here in your dwarf cars. Between corners 3 and 4. Stands on the gas. Dropping the rag. We are green and going. Patterson carries 7 car lengths into turn number 1. Down at the bottom of the racetrack, the 51 to Richard Brooker. Up to the top, Tim Ellis. Ellis way up at the top. Now down at the bottom is Patterson. Around goes Ellis. Brooker involved. 2 of your top 3 in a melee. In corner number 4, 2 of your top 5 contenders, and what a drive for Tim Ellis. Richard Brooker in the top 5 all night long, but he's involved. Tim Ellis gets off and rolling. Here is Brooker. In the 151, it looks like both cars are moving. And we go yellow once again, still with 15 laps complete. Now to the second spot will go Jason Lowe. Lowe riding in P2, 25 flanking him to his right elbow will be Charles McAfee. Ellis in the 171, looks like Brooker as well will rejoin. And lights are out around the racetrack. We get set to do it once again. Here is Jeff Patterson with the field behind him. David Sisk drops the rag, green flag. Side by side, the battle for second. Another great hole shot move by Patterson. The 94 rides in the second spot. 25 right there behind him. Lowe and McAfee. McAfee slips back just a little bit. Caution flag on the racetrack once again. Caution flag on the racetrack. So the field getting back in line once again. Call from race control. Selby Holder, race director, says green, white, checkered. Green, white, checkered coming up. Debris on the racetrack. So we've got a green, white, checkered situation coming up right here for your Lone Star Dwarf cars. Jeff Patterson in the 27P. Our number 94, Jason Lowe. Charles McAfee on the outside. Track looks good. Showing them one right here. Showing them one as they make their way by. Green, white. Green, white, checkered happening right here. Here is Jeff Patterson. A rocket ship up at the front of the pack. 27P. In command all night long.
Here they come around. Green flag. We're racing. Patterson, turn number one, down to the bottom of the racetrack. 94 trying to find something right there, but not able to do anything as the 27P will check out once again. White flag in the air. One more time around. Patterson in the 27P. Riding in second, Jason Lowe. McAfee onto the back straightaway they go. Already 7/10 of a second. Checkered flag in the air, this time by Jeff Patterson. Wins it tonight in the Lone Star Dwarf cars. Jason Lowe, Charles McAfee, Bert Booth, and Tony DeGeorge rounds out your top five. Jeff Patterson looked like he would be the man to beat at the end of the heat races. Quickly makes his way up to the front of the pack. And there was no stopping the 27P car tonight. If you bet your buddy that the 27P was going to win, well, I think you made a very good wager right there. O'Reilly Auto Parts victory lane, 27P. Wasn't quite wire to wire, but it didn't take him long to get up to the front. Out of the race car, there he is. Jeff Patterson is your winner here tonight. In car number 27P. El Jefe, it says it right there, and he definitely was that tonight. Quickly making his way to the front, and he'll make his way around. Man, talk about this car. I watched you in the heat race. I told the fans, I said 27P is going to be the one to beat, man. This car would do anything that you wanted it to tonight.
Yeah, it sure did, and I couldn't do it without my dad, man. Like, we won Boyd last week. We crashed on Saturday. We had a short week to come here. We tried new stuff, and this thing was rocking and rolling, and I couldn't be more happier, man. So, yeah, I like to thank our company and all y'all's fans and my brothers and my wife, and yeah, this is amazing. I love it. Yeah.
Jeff Patterson, everybody, congratulations on a huge win here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Wins it in the Lone Star Dwarf Car Series. On the back stretch, coming up, Outlaw Street Stocks.
Outlaw Street Stocks on the racetrack. King of the Hill coming up later on, but first, 20 laps of main event action. Row number 1, Tommy Honey on the outside, Brandon Hood. Row 2, Trey Vota on the outside, Barry Gaston. Row 3, Drew Garcia and Cody Daniel. Row 4, Mike Land, Benji Kirkpatrick. Row 5, Wade White, Jeff Williams. Row 6, Brian Harcrow, Joe Williams. Eddie Thompson inside of row number 7, Gage Fuller on the outside. Cody Parrish, Charles Mulvaney. 20 laps, 16 cars, Outlaw Street Stocks. Here we go. Green and corn, we are racing. Tommy Honey on the hole shot. Into turn number 1, he leads by 1 car length. Brandon Hood down on the bottom in the 1P. Quickly, here comes Vota. Into turn number 3, Drew Garcia's right there. Right behind him is Benji Kirkpatrick. Lap number 1, Tommy Honey in the 18K is your race leader. Brandon Hood up the track goes Drew Garcia. Benji Kirkpatrick slices down to the bottom. Votar rides in the 3rd spot. Lap number 2 in the books. Tommy Honey, your race leader. Brandon Hood, Votar, Benji Kirkpatrick, Drew Garcia. Your top 5 as they race down into turn number 1. Behind them, Cody Daniel trying to do something back there with Williams. But we go back to the leader, Tommy Honey up on the cushion. He'll drive it down the front straightaway, lifting that right or left front up in the ground. Brandon Hood. Here comes Benji Kirkpatrick down to the bottom. Now, clear field division for Benji Kirkpatrick. All he can see is Tommy Honey. He'll have to reel him in as the top 5 cars break away from the pack. Votar rides in 4th. Drew Garcia, Cody Daniel, Williams, and Wade White. Back straightaway we go. Up the track goes Brandon Hood. Here's Votar up to the back bumper. Sailing up the track once again is Hood. Votar's going to take a peek down on the bottom. Drew Garcia right there with him. Now closing the gap up at the front of the pack. It's 1.6 seconds and ever so much. We're watching that interval go away. Tommy Honey hanging on, but look at this dogfight for 3rd. Votar down on the inside. Brandon Hood up on the top side. You check in on Race on Texas. All access. RaceOnTexas.com. Now, lap traffic will become a factor as the leaders make their way down into turn number 1. Tommy Honey down to the bottom. Benji Kirkpatrick opens up the door. Kirkpatrick finds a spot. Here's Kirkpatrick going down into the corner. Lap traffic there. Tommy Honey sends it deep into the corner. Kirkpatrick, a little bit of contact right there. Down into turn number 1 as they make their way past the C4, Cody Parrish. Tommy Honey now up on the top side. Benji Kirkpatrick slicing down to the inside of the 22 car of Ed Thompson. Now a little bit of clean air in front of him. 18K, Tommy Honey, Benji Kirkpatrick, Barry Gaston up on the top side, opening up the bottom once again. Tommy Honey slings the backside of that 18K up to the top side. Another car up in their path. This time it will be Harcrow in the 10. Tommy Honey hanging on halfway home that time. 10 down, 10 to go. Honey up the racetrack, opens the bottom groove up once again. Kirkpatrick trying to find something down there, not able to get the drive. Here we go, they go side by side out of turn number 4. Honey with a good push up on the top side into turn number 1. Kirkpatrick cranks the wheel down to the bottom, side by side, wheel to wheel. They've got 1 car riding right up in front of them. The 32 car, your race leaders, side by side. Kirkpatrick down on the bottom. 32 car uses it as a pick. What a move right there by Kirkpatrick. Drives him right up the track. 32 car sitting right there. Then he motors by on the inside. Tommy Honey goes back to 2nd. Out of turn number 4. Lap number 12. Benji Kirkpatrick, 1 car length into turn number 1. Tommy Honey, he'll try to go over the back bumper, across the back bumper, up to the top side. Honey closes down into the corner once again. Tommy Honey digging out of turn number 4. Benji Kirkpatrick leads that time once again. Kirkpatrick leads by 1.5 car lengths. This is going to be lap number 14 right here. Leaders going down to the bottom of the racetrack. There's a lot of traffic in front of these guys. About half a straightaway in front of them. At the back of that pack is Mulvaney, Wade White, Williams, Gage Fuller, Parrish. All of that pack sits right in line with them. Lap number 16 right here for Benji Kirkpatrick in car number 13. Tommy Honey riding in the 2nd spot. That traffic is there. Tommy Honey sends it just a little hot coming out of turn number 2. Cars going up to the top side. Mulvaney up to the top side. Gage Fuller right in the field of vision right there. Down to the inside. Little contact. Oh, so close. Here's Kirkpatrick able to squeeze his way by and makes the pass there on Gage Fuller. Now by Paris. This time, 2 sticks in the air for your race leader, Benji Kirkpatrick. Tommy Honey slides it out of turn number 4. He loses lots of ground. It's about 10 car lengths. Now, Wade White right up in front of Benji Kirkpatrick. You know Wade White is not going to give him a lot of room. Here's White way up to the top of the racetrack. White flag in the air. One more time around. Benji Kirkpatrick, car number 13. Kirkpatrick, Wade White to the outside. Tommy Honey rides behind him. It's a 1 second advantage. Down into turn number 3. Williams in front of him. Barry Gaston up on the top side. Checker flag in the air. Benji Kirkpatrick wins it in the Outlaw Street Stock. Tommy Honey comes home second. Third place car is Trey Vota. What a ride by Benji Kirkpatrick.
Heading to O'Reilly Auto Parts Victory Lane once again. No stranger to Victory Lane in the Outlaw Street Stocks. Remember, they will do King of the Hill. At the end of the action tonight, car number 13, Benji Kirkpatrick. Parks it right here in Victory Lane once again here with the 13 car. He's jumped into this car, has not skipped a beat. Another big win, getting ready to jump out. Big round of applause. Benji Kirkpatrick, your winner here tonight in the Outlaw Street Stocks. Benji, I'll tell you, man, you get to the front of the pack, car was running on a rail. I think that maybe the hardest part of that race for you was navigating around that traffic at the end.
Yeah, you just got to keep your nose clean. That's a good run. I love racing with Tommy Honey. We race clean, hard. And all y'all that boo, keep paying to watch it, baby. I'll come back next week. But I'd like to thank Jerry Frederick, Selby Holder, Glenn Wilson, Wilson Chassis, BJ Dulot, DFAB, BC Electric, all the fans that do come out. I appreciate all y'all. Thank you.
There he is, Benji Kirkpatrick, Outlaw Street Stocks winner here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway.
Junior Limited's on the track, are ready to go for main event action. $15-lap feature. Cale Black on the point, Sonny Whibble on the outside, Caden Petty, Jeff Bowser Jr., Colton Abshear, Mason Warren, Colton Birmingham, Wyatt Sexton, Caden Morosky, Caleb Merritt, Brady Garrett, Daphne Batt, Gage Childress. 15 laps for the Stars of Tomorrow. Here we go. Green and going. 3 wide into turn number 1. Contact right there. Around goes Black in the 07. Free and clear. Black down to the inside. Up at the front of the pack. Abshire up on the top side. Trying to hold on. They make their way by. Into turn number 1. They're walking on eggshells right now, friends. Whibble rides in the second spot. Sexton all the way up to third. They make their way around, and Whibble goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. Abshire trying to hold on. Into turn number 1. Colton Abshire up to the top of the racetrack. Sonny Whibble riding in the second spot. 15-lap main event for the Junior Limited. Wyatt Sexton up on the top side. Kayla Merritt rides in the third spot, or in the fourth spot, pardon me. That is your top 4. As they sing it down into the corner, here's Whibble going down to the bottom. Whibble trying to find something there. Whibble down to the bottom once again. Abshire up on the top side, holding it down on the bottom, side by side, into turn number 1. Abshire there. They've got the black car, the 07 car in the fence on the backstretch. And the caution flag waves. Caution flag on the racetrack. And we got Colton Birmingham here in a mess in turn number 4 as well. So we had dual incidents happening right there. Kind of had cars banging off of each other all the way around the racetrack. 08 car of Morosky involved. The 08 is rolling. It looks like the 10 C of Birmingham will be rolling as well. But up at the front of the pack, Colton Abshire. In the 7C is your race leader. Really good hole shot move up to the front of the pack. Sonny Whibble riding in the second spot. In the 69S, Wyatt Sexton, Caleb Merritt, and Caden Petty riding in position number 5. Car number 43 up on the outside of that third row. So the call on the racetrack right there, you see Abshire going back 2 positions. Jumping the restart is the call from race control right there, so he will be penalized 2 positions from jumping that restart, so he will move back. And that puts Whibble up on the point in the 69, and Sexton scored officially in the second spot up on the outside in car number 89. This time by, we will gather them in, bring them around. I believe we will be showing them one right here. That is indeed the case. David Sisk with the rolled up green flag. Sonny Whibble in car number 69S up at the front of the pack. Sexton on the outside, officially in position number 2, Abshire. Riding in the third spot, 4 laps complete out of 15 for your Junior Limiteds. Green flag in the air. We are racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Whibble into turn number 1. Sexton up on the top side. Trying to find a little bit of grip up there, but now we'll settle in the second spot. Here's Merritt in the 18. Petty up on the top side. Look at Black trying to dart through the middle right there, taking it 3 wide. Into turn number 1. Whibble continuing to hold on. Sexton, Abshire, Merritt down on the bottom side. Now they fan it out. They go single file. 1 car stops. The 81 car trying to get rolling once again. Right back up onto the racetrack, right in front of the pack. My goodness, evasive action right there by Whibble and the rest of the pack. The 81 car darting all the way across the racetrack. That could have been Calamity Corner right there as that was shaking itself out. Here's Whibble up at the front, leading this time by. That is a 6-car length advantage, and that equates to 9/10 of a second on the racetrack. Abshire trying to get to the inside of Sexton in car number 69. Abshire back in line. We're halfway home this time by. Halfway home for car number 69. Sonny Whibble, your race leader. Beginning to dart away from the pack, but the action happening behind them is getting good. Trouble turn number 3 between corners number 3 and 4. The 07 car of Cale Black spins and sits up at the top of the racetrack. So the yellow waves right at the halfway point. Lots of damage there to the 08 car. Caden Morosky in the 08, all kinds of damage to the right side, right rear flat tire, sheet metal damage all along the right side. Still got your $1,000 IMCA modified race and your factory stocks and street stock King of the Hill to go here tonight. Waco restart coming up. We flash the lights at him this time by. Sonny Whibble is your race leader. And we are ready to roll once again here with your Junior Limiteds. Green flag waves in the air and into turn number 1 we go. Whibble there. Sexton up on the top side. Wyatt Sexton trying to find the grip there. Abshire gets back in line. Side-by-side battle behind them. Merritt down on the bottom. Caden Petty slices to the 4th spot, flashing past the start-finish line once again. The 69S of Sonny Whibble. Now they begin to string it out just a little bit. Top 3 cars trying to get away from the pack. They work lap number 9. Whibble, Sexton, Abshire, 1, 2, 3. Around goes Merritt. Big time contact. Black in the 07. Broadside contact there. As the 18 goes around, the 07 goes into a slide, and you had some major air action happening right there in the 07. 07 is off and rolling. The 18 is off and rolling as well. So all parties involved will be able to continue. Whibble, Abshire, Sexton up at the front. Merritt was in a top 5 position there. However, now to the back of the pack. Remember, April 29th, these cars, these drivers, they will race for free. Pit pass is covered by a bunch of really, really good folks. Joe Spillman and a bunch of great folks here from Heart of Texas Speedway getting this thing put together. And they will race for free. Super cool stuff right there for this brand new class. Class of young drivers. Lights are out around the racetrack. Whibble up on the point. Abshire, Sexton, Petty, and Mason Warren. Green flag. Now they bunch it up down into turn number 1. Wyatt Sexton up to the top side. Sexton trying to go to the top shelf and make something work. Steps out of it just a little bit right there. Abshire now working down to the bottom. Sonny Whibble out of turn number 4. Brings him down. 5 laps to go that time by. Abshire going down to the bottom. Sexton really testing that top line right there. Really flirting with trying to find something there. Trying to hang on there. Breaks it loose. Nice job by Abshire. As the 89 broke loose, Abshire able to make a very evasive move right there. But as all that happens, they fall 9/10 of a second behind. Your race leader, Sonny Whibble. Whibble down at the bottom of the racetrack. Abshire riding in the 2nd spot or in the 3rd spot, running down at the bottom. Wyatt Sexton holding on to 3rd. Warren in the 75. And Caden Petty this time by 2 sticks in the air. 2 more times around for Sonny Whibble. Wyatt Sexton, Colton Abshire going up to the top of the racetrack. Mason Warren going with them. Caden Petty in the 43. Hang on right here on the front stretch. 81 car. White flag in the air. 1 more time around for Sonny Whibble. The battle is for 2nd. Abshire down on the bottom. Sexton up on the top side. They go side by side into turn number 3. Sonny Whibble will wheel that thing around. Here's Abshire. Abshire comes home second, followed by Sexton, Mason Warren, and Caden Petty, your top 5 in the Junior Limiteds.
Heading to O'Reilly Auto Parts Victory Lane, Sonny Whibble, car number 69S, is your winner. Very nice drive for this young driver aboard car number 69S. As he parks it here in Victory Lane, happy family and crew making their way down. There's all kinds of excitement happening down here in O'Reilly Auto Parts Victory Lane. Junior Limited's the stars of tomorrow, and it happens here for Whibble in the 69S. Weibel. First win ever. First win ever for Sonny Weibel as he wins jumping out of the car. Sonny Weibel is the man right here as he'll jump up on the doorpost. There he is, up to the roof. Weibel all the way up to the top. Oh, man, Sonny. What a drive, dude. You go to the front. I mean, tell us about it and then tell us how cool it feels to get that first win.
Felt pretty good. I'm so glad. I want to thank my mom, my dad, all my sponsors, 5-Star Motorsports, and help them for thinking me come out here.
Absolutely. Big round of applause. First win ever. Sonny Weibel wins it here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway.
$1,000 on the line. Here come the modifieds. On the pole. He's going to be hard to beat out of Farmersville. It's Matthew Day. Outside out of Lot. Casey Brunson, row 2 on the inside out of Venus. Mike Hathcock on the outside out of Robinson. Eric Tomlinson, row 3 on the inside out of Midlothian. Jacob Perkle out of Red Oak. It is Jake Upchurch. Row 4 on the inside, David Good Jr. out of Coppers Cove. John White out of Red Oak. Kevin Green out of Waco. Cody Smith out of Dallas. Chris Racer out of Temple. Chris Galian out of Cleveland. Gary Spears out of Lancaster. And Ryan Childress out of the sausage capital of Texas, Elgin. 20 laps, $1,000 to the winner. Here come the modifieds. Buckle up, friends. This is what it's all about. Green flag waves over Heart of Texas Speedway. Into turn number 1 we go. Matthew Day up on the top side. Into the corner they go. Perkle working down on the bottom. Here comes Eric Tomlinson. They dive it down into corner number 3. Way up to the top is Matthew Day. Perkle rides in the second spot. Tomlinson, John White, Casey Brunson. That is your top 5. Back straightaway they go. Look at that move up on the top side. Matthew Day is making that car stick. It sticks like a magnet. Here's Perkle down to the bottom. Caution flag on the racetrack. Caution flag waves. We've got one sideways in corner number 2 sitting down at the bottom of the racetrack. 1 lap complete, caution flag waves. And you got some kind of Jim Dandy race happening up at the front right there. A whole shot move from Matthew Day. Matthew Day carrying a lot of speed up as he works on the top shelf. Jacob Perkle working down just a little bit lower. But Eric Tomlinson really gets a nice start in the 45T. So this is really going to shake itself out nicely as this track has really worn itself in. Talked about earlier in the night, we had the breeze coming in from the south. Track has not got dusty. Track has not got ruddy. We have not had any issues on the racetrack. This is racetrack perfect right now as we get set to go. As the Waco 11:17 p.m. makes its way right here behind us. And we will be set to go as Chris Racer rejoins in the 07. 1 lap complete, 19 laps to go. 1 car stopped and making its way up at the top there and making its way back out on the racetrack. That is Mike Hathcock. Hathcock in the 03. Texas two-step Waco restart coming up with Matthew Day up on the point in car number 54T. Jacob Perkle rides on the inside of row number 2. Eric Tomlinson up on the top of that row. John White, Casey Brunson, and we flash the light on them, and we get set to go for $1,000. Here we go. Matthew Day has been the guy to beat all year here at Hot, and now he paces the field. Green flag, we're off and rolling. Day on the start. A little bit of contact there. Tomlinson with Perkle. John White down on the inside. They stack up behind him. Here comes Green in the 5 down on the bottom. Jacob Church up on the top side. Battle for the lead. Perkle trying to make it stick on the bottom. Too much drive up on the top side. Matthew Day up on the cushion. Perkle down at the bottom. John White down in the 3rd spot. 3 wide out of the corner. Eric Tomlinson rides in the 4th spot. Brunson down on the bottom. Perkle just cannot get it to stick right there. Momentum up on the top side. Rim riding around the top of the racetrack. Matthew Day. John White sitting in the 3rd spot. Trouble turn number 3. Trouble turn number 3. 2 cars turned around. 77G involved in that shunt. That's Gary Spears. One of the cars sitting up at the top. I believe that's Chris Racer in the 07. But now the chess game begins. You're watching Matthew Day up on the top shelf as he's rim riding just inside the cushion, not quite up on the cushion, but he's riding around up on the top side and just carrying so much momentum. It looks like maybe the 6 car, maybe the 6R there of Perkle maybe is a tick quicker, but he cannot get the drive off the corner because the momentum is way too good for Matthew Day in the 54T. Still 17 laps remaining. Showing them one as they make their way by. Matthew Day on the Waco, Texas two-step restart. Jacob Perkle inside of row number 2 on the outside. John White, Eric Tomlinson, Casey Brunson, David Good Jr., Jake Upchurch. Look at that behind him. Kevin Green, Cody Smith, the rest of the pack. 17 laps to go. Lights are out around the racetrack. It's hammered down right now. Green and corn. They sling it out of corner number 4. Into turn number 1. Perkle down to the bottom. John White, Tomlinson, Brunson up on the top side. David Good Jr. behind him. 1 car length down into the corner. Slinging it down to the bottom. Here they come out of turn number 4. Carrying the momentum once again. Matthew Day, 54T. Although right now it looks like Perkle. Perkle's got the grip down on the bottom. They go side by side. Into turn number 3. Perkle cranks the wheel down to the bottom. John White is coming. Here they come out of turn number 4. Perkle leads that lap officially, it looked like to me, that time by. Matthew Day up on the top side. He'll set sail. They go side by side down into turn number 3. Perkle on the bottom. John White flirting with that bottom groove as well. Here they come around. Lap number 6. Perkle, Day, John White, Eric Tomlinson, Casey Brunson to the front. Here is Perkle. Perkle makes the pass free and clear. He is now your leader. Here comes John White down on the bottom. John White in the 8J side by side up to the top. Matthew Day is sticking to the top side. He will not get the car down. That is where that car is working. That's where he's carrying momentum. But this time by, around goes John White in turn number 4. Gets it cranked down to the bottom. We continue to run. Matthew Day up at the top of the racetrack. John White damage to the backside of the race car. He will fall further back. He's all the way back to about the 10th spot. Out of turn number 4, Jacob Perkle, another lap. That's lap number 9. That time by 1.153 seconds for your race leader. Car number 6K, or pardon me, car number 6R of Jacob Perkle. Perkle out of the corner, halfway home that time by. Cross flags in the air. Matthew Day trying to get chased, but that lead continues to widen out. 1.309 seconds is the advantage right now for the race leader, the 6R of Jacob Perkle. Lap traffic in front of him. Let's check behind them. Eric Tomlinson rides in the 3rd spot. Casey Brunson, green, upturn, off the track goes David Good Jr. Battle really starting to shake itself up behind him. It's $1,000 up at the front of the pack. $100 to start tonight for the modifieds, as it is each and every weekend here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Tomlinson hanging on to the 3rd spot. Kevin Green trying to flirt down to the inside of Casey Brunson. They wheel it down into turn number 3. Kevin Green out of the turn. Back in line behind Brunson once again. Jake Upchurch. We are well past the halfway point. Your race leader continues to be Jacob Perkle in the 6R as he made the pass. Matthew Day holding on to the 2nd spot. Eric Tomlinson side by side, the battle for 4th. Green down on the bottom. Brunson up on the top side. Right across the nose right there of Jacob Church. Way down to the bottom. Spinner in turn number 3. Around goes to 77C. 77G, pardon me, of Gary Spears spins between turns 3 and 4. And the caution light displayed, showing 15 laps remaining on the board. We'll probably go back to the last official lap, which will be about 14 laps to go. 77G off of the racetrack, 2nd spin of the night for that race car. So he'll make his way off. And it is Jacob Perkle, your race leader, up at the front of the pack as we go Texas two-step Waco restart. Matthew Day, what can he do? Matthew Day working up at the top of the racetrack. It looks like the car of Perkle, the 6R, is actually working in multiple grooves, where the 54T is actually more dominant up on the top side. But now he'll have 6 laps to chase Perkle down. But this is brand new life right now for Kevin Green in car number 5, as he has made his way from well deep in the pack. And now Green will restart 4th here on this restart. Casey Brunson to his right elbow. Here we go. We got him locked in line, and we're going to do it once again. 6 laps remaining for your IMCA modifieds. Green flag waves in the air. We are off and racing here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Perkle guides the field down into turn number 1. 3 wide out of the corner. Look at that move. Brunson up on the top side. Eric Tomlinson will go to 2nd. Brunson up on the cushion. Down at the bottom's Kevin Green. Sandwiched in between them is Matthew Day. Into turn number 1 we go. Tomlinson holding on to the 2nd spot. 1.5 car lengths. 3 wide out of the corner. Now Cody Smith into the fray as well. Matthew Day now goes to the bottom of the racetrack. But 1 group down below him is Kevin Green. Holding on to the 3rd spot is Day. Tomlinson firmly into the 2nd spot. Kevin Green down at the bottom. Here comes Casey Brunson. He's going to cross down to the bottom as he slides across the back bumper of the 5 of Kevin Green. 3 laps to go this time by. Jacob Perkle holding on, trying to take home the $1,000 tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Side by side, your battle for 3rd. Kevin Green, the veteran. The youngster, Day up on the top side. 2 sticks in the air. 2 more times around. IMCA modified here tonight at historic Heart of Texas Speedway. Friday Night Lights, where champions race and legends are born. This is what you see each and every Friday night. White flag in the air. Quarter mile to go for Perkle in the 6R. Tomlinson, Day, Green. That is your top 4. Brunson holding on to the 5th spot. Cody Smith is right there. $1,000. Write his name on the check. Jacob Perkle takes home the big bucks. Eric Tomlinson, Matthew Day, Kevin Green, Casey Brunson. Your top 5 here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway.
What a drive for the driver of the 6R. Looked like Matthew Day was going to be the guy that they would be chasing. But the 6R comes across. Here's Jacob Church as he makes his way here into victory lane. Little congratulations right there for him. But Perkle in the 6R, able to make the pass early. And he takes off from the pack. There was no catching this car tonight. Once he got to the front of the pack, it was very obvious that this car was going to go anywhere that he put it tonight, and he takes home the big money, $1,000 tonight. Jacob Perkle is your winner here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway in a fantastic class of IMCA modifieds. $1,000 going back with the driver of the 6R, man. I'll tell you what. You made the pass. Your car would go anywhere you put it. All of the other ones had one preferred line. Take us through that race.
I was just trying to go fast. I had some good cars right there around me. Sending it pretty hard in the corner, just trying to make sure I kept it under me. And I took the lead. Didn't really know where to go. I felt like a pretty good track. Great track tonight. Really just trying to hold my line there at the bottom. Felt pretty good. I didn't want to see that late caution, but at the same time, I didn't have lap cars, so it was all good.
And on top of that, $1,000 kind of makes it worth the effort.
Honestly, racing, we're not out here for the money, just out here to win. I didn't think about $1,000, so I pulled out the scales. I was like, oh, come on.
I love it right there. That is what it's all about. Jacob Perkle, your winner here tonight in the IMCA Modifieds, Heart of Texas Speedway. Final main event out on the racetrack. There you go. Factory stocks coming up.
He was looking through the rule book and stuff. Yeah. He went down there. I don't know what he was looking for.
Factories on the track. 20-lap feature race. Your starting lineup. Inside of row number 1, it's Jacob Pruitt on the outside. 580 in a loner tonight. Mike Land, row 2 on the inside. Elliott Black. Chad Ince on the outside. Caden Honeycutt inside of row number 3. Rick Morosky on the outside. Nate Dixon inside of row number 4. Michael Gannett on the outside of that row. Jeff Blackwood, Shannon Dulock, row 5. Row 6, James Schoenrock and Willie Dean. Row 7, James Mercer on the inside. Charles Mulvaney on the outside. Brian Johnson inside of row number 8. Clint Howard on the outside. Dylan Kidwell inside of row number 9 on the outside. 17 of Christopher Mercer. Ty Miracle, the inside of row number 10. Trey Vota on the outside. Shotgun on the field, the 32 in. It's Jeffrey Mack, my man Jeffrey Mack. That's what he will be known from now on, my friends. Here we go. They make their way around. 20 laps of action. Factory stocks, green and going. We are off and racing. Wow, what a move to the inside. Look at Caden Honeycutt. Honeycutt darts it down to the bottom, and he will go to the top spot and carry 2 car lengths down into the corner. They bundle it up behind him. Here they come making their way around. You got them stacked 4 wide out of turn number 4. Caden Honeycutt, Mike Land, Jacob Pruitt, Chad Ince, Nate Dixon. That's your top 5. 75 car up on the top side. Close quarters up there for Ince, but he's able to get it back in line. Look at Blackwood down on the inside. Blackwell getting racing down on the bottom side. Caden Honeycutt off and rolling once again. This dude has been so hard to beat. He has been unbeatable here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Goes to Kennedale, wins races there, races on the Cars Tour, races in the Truck Series. This dude has been all over the United States And he comes to thrill us right here at heart of Texas Speedway. And here he is in the factory stock. Onto the back straightaway they go. Nate Dixon rides in the second spot. Right behind him, how about Chad Ince in that 75? Shannon Dulock, Ince with a little bit of a bobble. Shannon Dulock gobbles that up right there like the great veteran that he is. He sees that opening. He goes down to the bottom, 92 car. Sideways, turn number 4. He'll get rolling this time by lap number 5 for your race leader. It is the 54H of Caden Honeycutt. Car number 10, Nate Dixon, Shannon Dulock, Chad Ince, James Schoenrock. That is your top 5, actually your top 4 as they make their way around. That time by, it was 2.0 seconds for your race leader in Honeycutt. Boy, time Miracle, these guys getting tied up there at the back of the pack. Around goes Miracle in the 46. Let's see if he'll get rolling. He's up at the top of the racetrack, goes up over the cushion. He'll get it back in line. We stay clean and green. This is lap number 7. Caden Honeycutt now with a lot of traffic to deal with. Here's Honeycutt up on the top part of the racetrack. He's rim riding up at the top. He is dropping that right corner, right rear, up on that cushion, just working up on the top side. This track is beautiful tonight. Trouble turn number 1. Looks like Blackwood in the 88 goes around. Blackwood, who had himself a very nice drive, goes around. Caution flag, or actually red flag condition out on the racetrack. Another car stopped down there on the inside. So we got a 2-car melee right there. So Blackwood up and over there in the 88 car. He topples that car end over end. And you look at the car sitting right there, it looks just like it did before he did it. Blackwood in the 88. And he's off and rolling right there, the 88J. And a little bit of roof damage right there. Looks like more damage to the bottom side, maybe the undercarriage right there. But Jeff Blackwood off and rolling as he tumbles there at turn number 1. Caden Honeycutt with a massive lead. Had it up over 2 seconds. And now this red flag condition with 7 laps complete here in the factory stocks is going to reel everybody back in. Nate Dixon and Shannon Dulock riding second and third. Again, a reminder, race fans, coming up next Friday night, the Tom Series will make their way to Heart of Texas Speedway for their first 2022 appearance, the Outlaw Modified Series. We'll fly those gates open for you and have some good food and cold drinks for you at 6 o'clock. Get you racing at 8 o'clock as well, as we always do for Friday Night Lights, right here at the world-famous Heart of Texas Speedway. And I say world-famous because when I told people that I was going to be calling races at Heart of Texas Speedway, I had a lot of people call me from around the country that said, that is one of the great racetracks, one of the best. So it is. It's world famous. Field back in line once again. Here is Honeycutt. Remember, a little bit of history maybe right here with Honeycutt and Dulock from a couple of weeks back. I believe the last time I was here, those two were running 1 and 2. So the word from race control, actually like we saw it earlier in the race, the call coming 54H jumping the original start, advancing too many spots, jumping the start. He will be penalized 2 spots. So he will start third. Caden Honeycutt will start third. Honeycutt in the 54H, a 2-spot penalty. And that will put Nate Dixon and Shannon Dulock ahead of him. Dixon in the 10, Dulock will ride in the second spot. And now we really get to go. Honeycutt to the outside of row number 2. Nate Dixon will pace him around. James Schoenrock in car number 37 inside of row number 3 on the outside, car 75, Chad Ince. Michael Gannett on the inside of that following row with William Dean in the 445. Schoenrock with a quick stop here for a chat with the race officials. Remember, race fans, at the end of this, don't run off. We got the one-on-one. We'll crown our 2022 King of the Hill in the always entertaining Outlaw Street Stocks. And, man, we got some dicey ones in those pits tonight. That's going to be fun. King of the Hill, stick around. If you're checking in on Race on Texas All Access, we'll have that for you as well. Nate Dixon, your race leader, on the 2-spot penalty for the jump of the initial start of Caden Honeycutt in the 54H. Shannon Dulock inside of row number 2. That second row right there is going to be some kind of fun, friends. I'm here to tell you. You figure Dulock on the inside, Honeycutt on the outside. These guys are going to be coming. And it's about to happen in a matter of seconds because we're showing them one this time by. We're showing them one right here. Nate Dixon on the Texas two-step Waco restart. 7 laps complete. 20-lap main event for your factory stocks. We get him in line, watch at row number 2, and watch James Schoenrock down on the inside. Ince on the outside, Gannett, Willie Dean. We're ready to do this. Approaching the halfway point here in the factory stocks. Lights are out around the racetrack. On the gas is Dixon. Green and going. It's race time at Heart of Texas Speedway. Nice move right there. Shannon Dulock right across the front end right there of Honeycutt. Onto the back straightaway we go. Here's James Schoenrock down on the bottom. Honeycutt up on the top. He'll take it to the cushion. Here's Dixon running in the third groove out of corner number 4. Nate Dixon flashes by the start-finish line. Shannon Dulock, James Schoenrock, Caden Honeycutt, Michael Gannett trying to get it into the top 5 with Ince in the 75. Dulock goes down to the inside. Dixon on the top. The KG veteran, Shannon Dulock. He will not get it that time by. Nate Dixon there. Next time we will be at the halfway point. Caden Honeycutt settles back in. He runs 3 car lengths back in the 4th spot behind James Schoenrock. Side by side out of the corner, working that wheel. Here comes Shannon Dulock at the line that time by. Too close to call for me. I'll give it to Nate Dixon. Dulock, bottom feeding around the bottom. Sailing up the track goes Dixon. Almost opens up the door for Schoenrock. This is lap number 11. Shannon Dulock, bottom of the racetrack. He'll slide up in front of Nate Dixon. Down the front straightaway we go, and now Dulock back down to the bottom of the racetrack once again. James Schoenrock down to the bottom. Up on the top is Dixon. Lap number 12 is what we are working right here. 7 laps to go this time by. Pardon me, 8 laps to go this time by. Nate Dixon up on the top side. Dixon all the way up to the cushion. Very square entry right there. Trying to get some drive off of the corner. As he does that, he loses ground. Here's Schoenrock. Schoenrock is right there. Now Schoenrock's going to try to cross it down to the bottom. Trouble there for the 54 as Caden Honeycutt, 75, goes around. Ince over at turn number 4. Ince goes around in the 75, and the caution flag waves. Caution flag on the racetrack. Shannon Dulock able to make the pass there in that sequence. And what we watched right there was the 54H steadily working himself further back from that pack. And Schoenrock with a really, really nice drive right there to get himself up into a very nice second place battle. Chad Ince in the 75 sits parked right there at the bottom of turn number 3 or turn number 4. That car will teeter its way down to the bottom. 12 laps complete, still 8 circuits to go here in your factory stock main event tonight. Easter basket giveaway night for the kiddos. $1,000 to win for the IMCA Modifieds. First appearance of the Lone Star Dwarf Car Series. What a night it's been. And we thank each and every one of you, whether you are here or checking in on Race on Texas All Access, for spending part of your Easter weekend with us here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Still 8 laps to go in this one, and still King of the Hill to go in the Outlaw Street Stock. So the fireworks not over yet. Showing them one right here. Texas two-step Waco restart. Shannon Dulock out on the point. Nate Dixon rides in second. James Schoenrock, Caden Honeycutt, Michael Gannett into the top 5 in car number 25. Factory stocks, we get ready to settle it. Yellow light waves once again. Yellow light, we've got one stop. William Dean over in turn number 1. Car number 445 comes to a stop. A little bit of attrition in this race as well. Started out with 22 and we are now down to 12, so we've eliminated half the field. Here in this factory stock race with still 8 laps to go. Duloc out on the point. Be curious to see what Duloc does. We've watched Duloc work up at the top of the racetrack, but now that he's in the clean air up at the front of the pack, he's gotten back down to the bottom of the racetrack. Dixon was working up on the cushion. Schoenrock's gone to the middle of the racetrack and he's gone down to the bottom. Since Honeycutt has slipped further back, his car was dominant up on the top side, but he hadn't quite had that grip, and now Michael Gannett gets in the middle of this. Here we go. Lights get set to go off. They'll flash that yellow light at him right now. David Sisk up in the birdcage, flagman here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Into turn number 3, we're ready to rock and roll. 8 laps to go, factory stocks. Green flag in the air, we're racing at Heart of Texas Speedway. Schoenrock to the top side. Shannon Duloc goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. Out of corner number 2, here we go. Here's Honeycutt trying to find some room up on the top side. A little bit of contact right there with Nate Dixon. Opens up the bottom. Michael Gannett trying to work down at the bottom. Gannett in the 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Running right there into turn number 1. Everybody going down to the bottom of the racetrack. Schoenrock's going to try to cross it down to the bottom. Here's James Schoenrock. Quick stab of the brakes. Duloc slams the door. Bumper shot right there from Schoenrock. This time by lap number 14. James Schoenrock will go to the top side. He's going to try to dig it and cross it down to the bottom right there. Here he comes. Schoenrock has a drive. He is at the quarter panel. He'll pull out of it one more time. Gives him the line. Gives him another shot to the tail end. Here they come around. Nate Dixon down to the bottom. Caden Honeycutt into turn number 1 they go. 3 wide down the front straightaway. Schoenrock up to the top side this time. Duloc sitting right in the middle of the racetrack. Duloc playing defense right now. 4 laps to go. Here they come around. Duloc is going to make that car as wide as he has to make it. Duloc cranks it down to the bottom of the racetrack. Schoenrock up to the top. Dixon slides up. Here comes Honeycutt. Honeycutt side by side. They go door to door into the corner. Duloc still working down at the bottom. Honeycutt 3 wide. Schoenrock up at the top. 3 laps to go this time by. James Schoenrock to the cushion. Goes Nate Dixon. To the bottom of the racetrack goes Hayden Honeycutt in the 54H. A little bit of a bumper shove right there from Nate Dixon to Schoenrock. Schoenrock pays that to Duloc. 2 sticks in the air this time by for your factory stocks. Duloc right down to the bottom once again. Here's Caden Honeycutt. He'll sling it down to the bottom. Side by side. Schoenrock up on the top side. Honeycutt down on the bottom. They're going to take it 3 wide into the corner. Way up to the top goes Dixon. Opening up the bottom. Honeycutt to the bottom. White flag in the air. One more time around. Here we go. They lean on each other. Up goes Honeycutt. Into the tire goes Duloc. Smoke pouring out of the back of the 54 Honeycutt. This time into turn number 3. James Schoenrock will wheel it out of turn number 4 and win the factory stock main event. Nate Dixon, Michael Gannett comes home third, followed by Caden Honeycutt in the 54H. What a finish in the factory stocks.
What a finish. Here we go. This may not be over. This may not be over right there. There was a little bit of history between those two. 2 weeks ago, obviously, Honeycutt not happy with the finish. Able to make the pass right there. It looked like he was going to be able to pull that out. Little bit of a shot right there. Gets tied up with Duloc. Those guys can be mad at each other all night long, but this is a man of the hour right here. Parking it in O'Reilly Auto Parts Victory Lane. And what a drive right there. Great moves throughout the race, and the best moves right there on the last lap. Able to avoid all of that carnage. And here he is parking it in victory lane. Excited crew right here. Here he is. James Schoenrock is your winner here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. James, I got to tell you, man, you were wheeling that thing through the field. I mean, you could see what was going to happen. I mean, it was going to get, these guys were leaning on each other. The last lap right there, man, how'd you navigate yourself through all that?
Coming out of 4 right here, I knew it was going to go sideways and get real hairy going into 1, so I kept my way out of the wall, and I knew it was going to happen, so that's all.
So talk about just the race in general, man. This thing was hooked up. I mean, it was pretty obvious from the start that you had a really, really good piece right here. Honeycutt was good at the beginning. Duloc got up in front. Duloc was using up a lot of racetrack right there, but this thing was doing just about anything you wanted it to.
Yeah, we went to KSP last weekend to try to find a little more forward bite, and I think we found it. a little too much almost. It's kind of scary. But, I mean, yeah.
It's good stuff, man. There he is. Big round of applause, and how about that finish? James Schoenrock is your winner here tonight in the factory stocks at Heart of Texas Speedway. Coming up, don't run off, everybody. Stick around. Outlaw Street Stocks, King of the Hill, as we cap off Easter weekend. Friday Night Lights at Heart of Texas Speedway. So the King of the Hill coming up for your Outlaw Street Stocks. Yeah, we got 2 of them. It'll be 2 going for King of the Hill. So stick around. After everything we've seen tonight, there's no telling what the hell we may get here with King of the Hill. So it looks like we will have Gage Fuller in the X and Joe Williams in the 32 for King of the Hill. Here they come around. You know the format. You know how we do it. King of the Hill coming up. Fuller on the inside. Williams on the outside. King of the Hill happening right now. Heart of Texas Speedway. Outlaw Street Stocks Easter weekend. Let's do this. Fuller and Williams for King of the Hill. Here they come out of turn 4. Let's go. Green flag. Side by side. Williams up on the top side. It is Williams. Fuller will slice it right there. Onto the back straightaway they go. 1.5 car lengths. Joe Williams, car number 32. Gage Fuller right behind him. Here they come around. White flag in the air. One more time. Joe Williams in car number 32. Gage Fuller in the X. That car is pushing like a madman up there on the top side. Williams down to the bottom. King of the Hill 2022 Outlaw Street. Oh, little stumble. Joe Williams, car number 32, King of the Hill. Gage Fuller comes home second. Great King of the Hill action right there. What a way to cap off a fantastic night of action. Remember, race fans, back here next Friday night. The Tom Series are coming in, the Outlaw Modified Series. Gates open at 6. We start the racing action at 8 o'clock for Friday Night Lights, just as we do each and every Friday night right here at the world-famous Heart of Texas Speedway. Thank you all for being a part of the action. Hope you enjoyed it. And from all of us at Heart of Texas Speedway, for Jerry Frederick, for Subby Holder, all of the staff, we wish you the most blessed Easter. Spend some time with your families. Enjoy one another. Just enjoy the true spirit of what Easter's all about. And remember what it's all about. It's a lot more than hunting eggs and so forth. It's a beautiful time of year. So please enjoy that time with you and yours. As we get set, Joe Williams wins the King of the Hill. For everyone at Heart of Texas Speedway, my name is Rodney Rodriguez. Look forward to seeing you next Friday night for Friday Night Lights. It's Heart of Texas Speedway, where champions race and legends are born. Good night, everybody. Hey, one more time. Joe Williams, King of the Hill right there. Big round of applause, car number 32.